omnibus hast appointed the office of rulers and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of importance thrust in these islands. Let thy blessing descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote thy honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of these islands, and of those whose interest thou hast committed to our charge. And this we beg for Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all evermore. Amen.
Thank you. Good morning, members. Our House is now in session. Members, the minutes of the 9th of December have been circulated. Are there any amendments, adjustments required? There are none. The minutes will be printed, confirmed, and printed. Thank you. Messages from the governor? There are none. Announcements by the speaker? This morning, we have been informed that the following members will be absent today: the Premier, MP Kim Swan, the Attorney General, MP Scott Simmons, and also MP Wade. Messengers from the Senate? There are none. Papers and other communications? There are two this morning. First is in the name of the Minister of Labor and Economy, Mr. Hayward.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I don't have the actual motion.
Continue.
I lay for the information of the House of Assembly the independent contractor guidance documents.
Thank you. The second is in the name of the Minister of Works. Minister? Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this should have been attached to the statement, but in any case, I table for the information of the House contracting categories for specified goods and services.
Thank you. Petitions? There are none. Statements by ministers and junior ministers? There are 6 such statements this morning. The first is in the name of the Minister of Economy and Labor. Minister?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning.
I am pleased to rise today to provide to members of this honorable House an overview of the independent contractor guidance document that has been published by the Ministry of Economy and Labor. Mr. Speaker, the Employment Act 2000 was amended in 2021 to allow the manager of the Labor Relations Section to publish guidance on whether a working relationship more closely resembles that of an employee than of an independent contractor. Mr. Speaker, while the improper use of independent contractor contracts has been practiced for some time, we have noticed that since the COVID-19 pandemic, employers are seeking creative ways to reduce the cost of doing business, while employees are exploring work that allows them more flexible and customization. This is resulting in an increase of non-standard work. These practices require a distinction to be made between employees and independent contractors. Mr. Speaker, the independent contractor guidance lists 12 indicators that are material to differentiate employees from independent contractors. This will significantly aid employers and employees in assessing their employment relationship, reducing the occurrence of employee benefits being compromised, and lowering the occurrence of disputes between employers and employees brought before the Employment and Labor Relations Tribunal. Mr. Speaker, the independent contractor guidance goes into depth on what each indicator means and how it can be applied when considering the appropriate employment relationship. The 12 indicators are as follows: continuity of work, tools and equipment, integration, method of payment, training, profit and loss, contract type, control over work, open market competition, number of clients, benefit, responsibility, business registration, termination. Mr. Speaker, the misclassification of employees as independent contractors has serious economic implications and oftentimes finds those who are misclassified earning less than what they would earn in terms of pay and benefits than if they were properly classified. Mr. Speaker, employees who are misclassified as independent contractors will lose their right to receive the statutory minimum hourly wage, which is due to take effect on 1st of June 2023, as well as their legal right to receive overtime pay, vacation and public holiday pay, maternity and paternity leave, and other various paid entitlements afforded to employees under the Employment Act 2000 or a collective bargaining agreement. Misclassified employees do not qualify for workers' compensation if they are injured on the job. They are not eligible to bargain collectively and form a bargaining unit to better their working conditions, as they are fully responsible for their social insurance and health insurance payments, which are otherwise split evenly between employers and employees. Mr. Speaker, to put this into context, while taking into consideration the fact that wages and benefits vary between jurisdictions, the Economic Policy Institute in the United States conducted a review in 2022 and of the 11 most misclassified categories of workers, and found that a typical construction worker classified as an independent contractor will lose out on as much as $16,729 per year in income and job benefits compared with what they would have earned as an employee, and a typical home health aide classified as an independent contractor will lose out on as much as $9,529 per year in income and job benefits compared with what they would have earned as an employee. Mr. Speaker, the independent contractor guidance will be referred to by the Labor Relations section as part of the normal investigation and mediation process, with the aim of helping parties to resolve matters amicably. Additionally, it will assist with the misclassification of employees so that persons who are entitled are afforded the necessary protections under the Act. The independent contractor guidance may also be consulted by the Employment and Labor Relations Tribunal as part of their decision-making. Mr. Speaker, the independent contractor guidance has been a collaborative effort by the members of the Labor Advisory Council, which is a tripartite body chaired by the Minister of Economy and Labor and consisting of representatives from employers, employees, and the government. Mr. Speaker, the independent contractor guidance will come into effect on the 1st of April, 2023. The independent contractor guidance builds on the ministry's mandate to promote labor standards and foster harmonious employment relations. Mr. Speaker, the ministry would like to take this opportunity to thank the Labor Advisory Committee for the work done to complete the independent contractor guidance, as well as members of this honorable house for the opportunity to address them in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the next statement, excuse me, the next statement this morning is in the name of the Minister of Social Development and Seniors, Minister Furby.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I rise to share with my honorable colleagues the continued progress that is occurring for the provision of litigation guardian services in Bermuda. As a reminder, in alignment with the Children's Act of 1998, litigation guardians are appointed by the courts to be the voice of the child and to safeguard the interests of children. Mr. Speaker, back in April 2022, and then again in July of 2022, I informed the members of this honorable House about how litigation guardian services were being established in Bermuda. Since then, much important and critical work has been undertaken to service our children who are in the highest level of support. The children to whom I refer have all experienced adverse childhood experiences, such as damaging and undermining parental separation or direct abuse and neglect by those legally responsible for looking after and caring for them. These children, Mr. Speaker, are Bermuda's responsibility, and so I am delighted to report on the work implemented to further develop and embed the litigation guardian service into Bermuda and its judicial system. Mr. Speaker, 3 new litigation guardians were recently appointed and are actively taking on individual cases that the family court has deemed a guardian is needed. This raises a total to 5 practicing litigation guardians to service our children. However, Mr. Speaker, a larger pool of litigation guardians is needed, which will not only enable more children to have the extra level of protection needed, but also offer our courts additional qualified guardians whom they can call upon to give a view about an issue for a child at short notice. This spacious availability is needed in particular when the Department of Child and Family Services is not the right agency to call upon for an independent view of what is in the best interest of the child. Mr. Speaker, it will take time to form a large enough pool of litigation guardians with the right qualifications and experience. Nonetheless, the Ministry of Social Development and Seniors will start the process, and in the upcoming months, a further recruitment campaign will be launched. During this round of recruitment, our ultimate aim is to establish a duty litigation guardian system for the family court. Mr. Speaker, I will now share the additional building blocks the ministry has been putting in place to strengthen the foundational work and to ensure a sustainable, high-quality litigation guardian service in the long term. And these include a protocol for the administrative process, identifying office space for litigation guardians, production of litigation guardian practice, guidance, and training, and strengthening the working relationship with the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, firstly, the ministry has been advancing the service framework for litigation guardians by putting in place a protocol to be followed when the court decides that appointment of a litigation guardian is in the child's best interest. This administrative process will ensure the appointment of a guardian in a timely manner that is without delay for the child and for the court. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is currently identifying space within its office which will give litigation guardians access to secure storage for all litigation guardian files and provide a work area to review files, hold meetings, or training sessions. This is an important development as by law, the litigation guardian service should be independent. Also, advice given from the consultant assigned to lend support to Bermuda by the UK Foreign Commonwealth Development Office is that the ministry is the preferred safe space for the work of litigation guardian service. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has developed comprehensive litigation guardian practice guidance, which details how the litigation guardian service will work, including what court practices are needed for the successful provision of guardian services to children. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, one significant development during the past year is the closer and deeper involvement of the judiciary in the work of Litigation Guardian Steering Committee, which meets monthly and whose members are driving forward these developments. I believe we are now at the stage where the entire family justice system is working together with one voice, and that voice is the voice of the child, which is the overriding principle. Included in the practice guidance and in the committee's monthly deliberations is how ensuring the court always hears and understands the voice of the child before a decision is made about a child, a decision which can have lifetime consequences. Mr. Speaker, in working closely with judges and magistrates on policy issues and making sure that the work does not compromise judicial independence on cases of individual children, the ministry has been considering how to highlight the importance of the child's time scale, the child's chronological, which is different from incident-based chronologic. chronology, sorry, and the impact on the child, both of what has happened, what is being planned for the child's future. Mr. Speaker, this sounds fundamental, but it really represents a cultural shift towards a system that truly puts the child first. Mr. Speaker, the Litigation Guardian Steering Committee members are overcoming the challenges and the obstacles and are also thinking about radical reform. The Children's Act of 1998 is 25 years old, and a lot has changed in our society in the last 25 years. So rapid change is needed just to catch up with the way we now live. Just last week, consultant Mr. Anthony Douglas, CBE, was in Bermuda and steered a series of information and training sessions for the litigation guardians, social workers, and managers in the Department of Child and Family Services, in addition to magistrates, acting magistrates, and family court panel members. The sessions focus on analytical writing for case reporting, essential litigation guardian practice, the role of the litigation guardian, best practice in child protection, attachment theory, accelerated reunification, and how co-parenting can be supported in custody and access cases. Mr. Speaker, during the upcoming year, the steering committee intends to look at how cases are reviewed in court, to consider a new threshold for triggering a review, and to carry out further training weeks to enhance and continuously improve practice standards. The committee will also continue to work closely with the judiciary to look at issues such as how child witnesses can be best supported in all types of hearings, the role of the intermediaries in court cases that help vulnerable persons to navigate the complexity of an average court process, and a stronger co-parenting program for Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank everyone who has played a part in moving this vital service for our children forward, the checks and balances being implemented against the assessment of children's needs, ensuring that the litigation guardian service does not fall short of best practice globally, and any plan proposed for our children is in their best interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the next statement this morning is in the name of the Minister of National Security, Minister Weeks.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning,
morning.
colleagues. Mr. Speaker, today I will table the Fire Safety Amendment Act 2023, which will address the minimum duty strength required at the airport. Mr. Speaker, this bill will amend the Fire Safety Act 2014 to clarify that the National Fire Protection Agency codes do not apply to airport operations, and that the UK Air Navigation Overseas Orders and any overseas territories aviation requirements do apply to airport operations. This was always the intent of the act, and this bill will provide the clarity needed. This affects the resourcing requirements at the airport, and in particular, the minimum duty strength. Mr. Speaker, as I have previously advised this Honorable House, the Bermuda Fire and Rescue Service operates the Airport Rescue Firefighting Services, which provides aircraft, rescue, and firefighting services for the Al Wade International Airport. This is an essential service that enables the airport to serve commercial flights. I also advised of the increased requirement in respect of the minimum duty strength and the need in the short term to bring in overseas firefighters to meet that revised requirement to ensure that airport operations continued uninterrupted. Mr. Speaker, since my last statement to this Honorable House on this matter, I am pleased to report that we have advertised and recruited a further 11 local firefighters, 10 of whom are currently overseas in the UK receiving specialist training to be certified aircraft rescue firefighters. Thank you. I have met with them on a number of occasions and was pleased to see them off at the airport. I am impressed with both their caliber, enthusiasm, and the support and training they are receiving from the management team. Mr. Speaker, not all jurisdictions hire raw recruits and train them for the fire service. Some will only hire trained and qualified firefighters. Bermuda, however, hires raw recruits and trains them to be firefighters. It typically takes 24 weeks for the foundation training, and then there is further specialist training. With this cohort, the intent is to have them certified aircraft rescue firefighters and on duty replacing some of the overseas firefighters by the 31st of March, 2023. Mr. Speaker, we currently have 19 overseas firefighters, and this will leave us in March with the need to retain some of the overseas firefighters until further Bermudians can be hired and trained to replace them. I am pleased to advise that we are advertising to fill more posts within the service, including firefighters, sergeants, crew commanders, and substantively filling the fire chief's post. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to ensuring that there are sufficient resources at the airport to maintain operations. We are also committed to recruiting and retaining Bermudians in the service. This essential service provides a challenging and rewarding career, and I encourage people to apply to join. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to thank the women and men of the Bermuda Fire and Rescue Service for their service, and in particular, to those who have stepped up at the airport. I would also like to thank the executive of the Fire Service Association for their support in ensuring that the airport requirements were met. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the next statement this morning is in the name of the Minister of Transport. Mr. Furbeck.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 30 electric pink and blue public buses arrived on our shores last spring, marking an historic achievement for Bermuda in the protection of the natural resources from climate change and environmental issues. Launching the transition from fossil fuel to electric buses with the ambitious conversion of 1/3 of the public fleet of buses has propelled the government towards a goal of operating an entire fleet of electric public buses by 2030. You may recall that in preparation for this bill move towards energy independence, the Bermuda government partnered with Rocky Mountain Institute, RMI, to research and pioneer the path to a sustainable future in transportation. It was anticipated that we would see remarkable benefits to going electric, and RMI remains a valuable resource for monitoring our progress and a keen eye on performance. I'm quite pleased to provide you with an update on the state of the new electric buses. Mr. Speaker, for 9 months, we have seen the new electric buses glide from Somerset to St. George's with but a whisper. Passengers have enjoyed the smooth ride, comfortable air conditioning, sufficiently spaced seating, convenient USB charging on each row, reduced noise pollution, and more. Those traveling behind and near the electric buses have experienced no toxic fumes, no ambient sound, less intrusion of space, and more. These casual observations are commendable, but I wish to inform you of the exceeding benefits that the data has confirmed. Mr. Speaker, operating the electric buses has caused the government to realize a 20% savings in fuel costs, which translates to upwards of $15,000 a month. In the past 9 months, the government has saved an estimate $135,000 in fuel costs. I repeat again, has saved $135,000 in fuel costs, enough to fund a brand new electric bus. Mr. Speaker, the environment has greatly benefited from the use of the electric buses. Research conducted by RMI indicates that during the first 8 months of operation, the government saved the same amount of fuel that is consumed in 2 8-hour transatlantic flights. The reduced emissions to the environment just by operating the 30 electric buses are, as opposed to the diesel buses, equates to removing 480 internal combustion engine passenger cars from Bermuda roads. In the past 9 months, 45% less carbon emissions have entered the local environment due to the change, an estimated reduction of 450 tons in the first year. Mr. Speaker, the diesel buses were designed specifically for the Bermuda market and have historically cost the government $334,000 per bus. That's the old buses. combustible ones. The new electric buses procured from the Golden Dragon Bus Company is a production vehicle, allowing for significant cost savings. With customs features, one Golden Dragon electric bus costs $132,000 landed, compared to $334,000 the previous buses, savings of 60%, less than business as usual. Apart from the obvious savings in the purchase of vehicles, considering the operating and maintenance costs, the total cost of ownership for the government is 48% lower than the diesel buses. The 30 electric buses will save the government $10.6 million over the bus's 12-year lifespan. Mr. Speaker, additional savings are anticipated when the new 60 bus charging facility is commissioned at the Fort Langton Depot later this year. Currently, 4 electric bus charging stations with dual connections are installed at the Department of Public Transportation Dockyard Depot, plus 4 at St. George's Depot and 2 at the Fort Langton headquarters. You may have observed, Mr. Speaker, that the headquarters are under construction in tandem with the Balco trenching along Palmetto Road. The government, thanks to Balco, the government has taken the opportunity to optimize efficiencies by connecting the Balco's substation at Fork Lane, providing the department with a tremendous boost in secure underground access to the electric transmission network. The purpose of the trenching on site is the 30 additional dual charging stations that will be installed, powering 60 electric bus charging bays. The installation of the new solar PV system on the roof of the bus garage and the use of programmable charging management software will make way for an efficient charging strategy, which will affect even more energy cost savings. Mr. Speaker, the new buses are sufficiently smaller and more appropriately sized for Bermuda roads. In December 2022, the public was canvassed by way of an online survey on forum.gov.bm to capture the response to the new vehicles. The survey resulted indicating that 80% of respondents approved of the new electric buses and electrification program. Comments and feedback from the survey has been considered by DPT to inform improvements for the next order of electric buses. Mr. Speaker, the staff are continually develop for the transition to a complete electric fleet of buses. A full complement of DPT mechanics have completed electric vehicle maintenance training in the United Kingdom to the Institute of Major Industry, Level 3 and Level 4 standard with continuing technical support from the electric bus manufacturer. Mr. Speaker, at the onset of this initiative, our team focused on 3 main objectives: to decrease air pollution, to reduce costs, and to improve the sustainability of the buses for Bermuda's narrow road. The advancements recorded today due to the introduction of the new public electric buses have exceeded our expectation. The government will forge ahead to convert the entire fleet of public buses to electric buses to maximize achievements shared today. By retiring 100 diesel buses, we will remove the equivalent of 1,600 internal combustion engine cars over Bermuda's road, avoiding harmful roadside emissions. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport recently confirmed a second order: 40 electric buses with Zeeman, a Golden Dragon Bus Company, as part of the government's commitment to replenish the aged public bus fleets and convert it to 100% electric. Based on experience with the survey conducted, the new buses are the same model electric buses. However, they will have 40% larger battery capacity, which increases the operating range from 180 kilometers to 250 kilometers per charge. This allows the buses to stay operational longer during the service times. Hence, there is less requirements for recharging. Additionally, one of the main concerns noted with the public survey was the lack of buttons to alert the bus operator to make a stop. We will therefore double the number of electric buttons from 4 to 8 in the capacity to ensure the passengers are able to comfortably access the alert button while traveling on the buses. Mr. Speaker, an internal survey conducted for staff identified a lower turning radius, which would improve the navigation component of the buses. DPT management is working with the manufacturers to determine how best to improve this feature. It's also important to note is intended for an inspection team, which will include DPT staff members, to travel to China to ensure the buses and all relevant changes are being implemented as agreed prior to completion of the production. Mr. Speaker, the first order buses was completed when China was continuing to have challenges with COVID numbers, and as a result, an inspection team was hired to conduct the first checks before shipping the buses to Bermuda. As the concerns of COVID subside, the DPT team are eager to make arrangements with Xiamen to visit the plant and inspect the new electric buses before they ship. Mr. Speaker, with the arrival of 40 new buses this summer, starting in July, Bermuda will have a total complement of 70 electric buses, achieving 70% fleet conversion. This will facilitate retirement of the aged diesel buses, improving performance and reliability of the public buses. Mr. Speaker, Bermuda is leading the way for other island nations to take charge of the environmental health of their countries. By charting and staying on course, the world will justifiably identify Bermuda as a change agent for sustainable, self-sufficient, and responsible living. I'd like to thank the teams of the Department of Public Transportation, Rocky Mountain Institute, and the Golden Dragon Bus Company. I would like to also thank the former Minister of Transport, the Honorable Lawrence Scott, for pushing this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the next statement this morning is in the name of the Minister of Education. Minister?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, listening audience. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to update this Honorable House and the listening public on the exciting work that is progressing to transform public education in Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, dedicated teams of educators, business and community partners, parents, and young people are working on behalf of our country to ensure that each and every child in Bermuda succeeds in an education worth having. In my statement today, I will highlight progress being made in key areas of our reform agenda and provide clarity for members and the listening public about what they can expect to see, hear, and experience next. Mr. Speaker, let me begin with the work currently underway to bring the concept of parish primary schools to life. Our fundamental belief remains steadfast. Parish primary schools will create learning hubs in each parish that mobilize the strengths and assets of our communities in support of our schools and our young people. We have consistently made statements about what the community can expect from the transformation we are undergoing. Through research of best practice globally and consultation with communities across the island, we have developed a set of 10 principles that guide our work and that will feature in each parish primary school as they come online. Features that focus on putting learning, especially real-world learning, at the center of everything that we do. Features that position parish schools as the hub of their communities. Schools that will have meaningful partnerships with families and are places of collaboration and learning for all in the community. Ultimately, parish primary schools are focused on the outcomes of equity, cultural connection locally and globally. We are looking at creating schools that build legacies for years to come. But, Mr. Speaker, what does that really mean? On Tuesday night, I had the pleasure of standing beside Ms. Enid Ferbert-Jacobs, principal of Purvis Primary and co-lead of the Purvis Primary School Transformation Team, as she described to members of the work community what they could expect to be different from students entering P1 and P7 at Purvis Primary School in September of this year. Mr. Speaker, Principal Ferbert-Jacobs eloquently brought to life what culturally and globally connected means to the Warwick Parish community. It will come as no surprise that in today's classroom, our teachers encounter students who come from a variety of cultural and linguistic backgrounds. In response to the needs of these diverse learners in our island home, and to turn what might be perceived as cultural and linguistic barriers into opportunities and strengths, students entering P1 at the Purvis Primary School will have access to dual language learning. Mr. Speaker, Principal Ferbert-Jacobs continued to elaborate on what passion-led and real-world learning will mean to the Purvis Primary School. The Collaboratory is a design and technology-enabled makerspace where students are afforded greater agency over their learning. We are creating a 21st century learning environment where our learners will be able to undertake investigations in their own areas of interest, as well as to put their highly sought after STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math-based mindsets and skills to work as they attempt to solve real-world problems. Mr. Speaker, Principal Ferbert Jacobs continue to help us understand what being the hub of the community really means for Warwick Parish. Beginning in September 2023, Purvis Primary School will introduce the Cedar Room Cafe. The Cedar Room Cafe will be a vibrant community space, an opportunity for chat and choose with parents and community members, and a place for those accessing the school's wraparound services. These wraparound services will integrate services and resources that focus on the whole child and family. The Cedar Room Cafe will also be a learning space for students who want to be involved in running a cafe service. Students will learn about hospitality, develop entrepreneurial skills, and gain foundational experiences to help them successfully transition into hospitality and tourism signature learning track at senior school for those who wish to pursue that particular track. Mr. Speaker, these are but a few examples of the exciting work that we continue to test in advance of our commitment to parish primary schools. Examples that can be matched by innovative and impactful work underway at the Parish Primary School for Hamilton Parish, also scheduled to open in September 2023 at the Francis Patton Primary Site. I look forward to being able to share more details about that site in future statements to this House. Mr. Speaker, in my last statement regarding education reform in the House in September 2022, I remarked on the exciting new chapter of learning in our country, as students had just entered S1 at the beginning of the school year to embark on their journey in signature learning programs. We are pleased to see them embracing this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, students at Cedar Bridge Academy are engaged in STEM and trades and professions signature learning programs. Students at the Barclay Institute are engaged in health and social care and financial and insurance services signature learning programs. Each of these signatures have seen our students experience learning that is more personalized, flexible, relevant, and future-focused, inspiring and authentically Bermudian than ever before. Learning that despite the inevitable teething problems, shows promise in putting us on the pathway towards achieving our long-term goal of opening up further study and career opportunities in priority sectors of Bermuda's economy and society. Mr. Speaker, transforming our senior schools will take us no less than 4 years from the moment we begin working on a site. While delivering our first year of signature learning programs, educators are now developing what is required for S2 and S3. Teams of teachers at both signature schools are focusing on redesigning the first two disciplines of the core curriculum, mathematics and science. Additionally, we will look at scaling a new model of advisory, which caters to the increasingly important area of social emotional learning, while continuing to grow their competence and confidence in these new models of teaching, learning, and schooling. Mr. Speaker, we have much to celebrate. One area I would like to highlight is the learning partnerships that we have developed within the business community and with cultural and scientific partners across the island. Businesses and community organizations, large or small, play a crucial role in supporting senior schools and their students to succeed. Signature learning partnerships help senior schools bring to life the vision for learning and connect what happens in the classroom with the real world. Mr. Speaker, two specific learning partnerships worthy of note. The first is with the Bermuda Zoological Society. This partnership continues to strengthen with representatives from BZS engaging in the design, development, and now delivery of courses within the STEM signature learning program at Cedar Bridge Academy. Senior school students have the opportunity to learn from the best and brightest scientists in the region, applying knowledge in real-world learning experiences, such as field investigations on site at the aquarium. Mr. Speaker, our learning partnerships also support our education workforce. Next week, more than 10 of our teachers from both senior schools and all 4 middle schools who are currently delivering or have potential to deliver learning within the Financial and Insurance Services Signature Learning Program will be engaged in high-quality professional learning to build their capabilities in insurance and international business practices in Bermuda. This industry-credentialed course is fully sponsored by ABEC, the Association of Bermuda International Companies, and will ensure our teachers are on the cutting edge of development in these crucial industries. Through the success of this partnership, teachers will be better equipped to provide instruction that prepares our students to be able to compete on a global level. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that you and members of the House and listening public will join me in thanking both BZS and ABIC for all of the learning partners that are actively investing in the future of our country and our children. While rightly beginning with what we have to celebrate, it would be misleading to say that we have had everything 100% right as we've moved forward with our first year of implementation. As the Italian philosopher Voltaire is commonly credited with saying, we must not let perfect be the enemy of the good. The philosophy has significant merit in education systems globally. The highest performing systems that nurture their students to achieve outstanding life and learning outcomes are intentionally designed as systems to learn as they develop. Mr. Speaker, this is what we are doing. We are learning in order to improve at each and every step of this phased and staged transformation process, which we knew right from the beginning will take us several years to complete. We will always look at what we are doing to improve our processes, how we can increase our efforts, and where possible, accelerate the work. With this approach to sustainable change in mind, we are currently utilizing everything that we have learned to date to develop a revised trajectory for the opening of all parish and signature schools and the phasing out of middle school. Essentially, the plan to complete the transformation of the public school system that the Bermuda public has been asking for. Mr. Speaker, this task involves clearly identifying the necessary trajectories to develop what is happening inside the building, development of the buildings themselves, and the movement of students and staff. This is a complex undertaking that's being led by the Education Reform Unit that will be completed in the coming weeks. Once in place, we will be able to provide parents, teachers, students, and the wider community with more details of future parish primary schools and when new signature schools will open and when some of our existing primary schools will close and our middle schools phased out completely. Mr. Speaker, as announced in November 2022, the Education Reform Unit, which resides in the Ministry of Education, reporting to the Office of the Minister of Education, has been established. A diverse group of experienced and skilled professionals from within and beyond education have joined the team to focus on our ambitious but critical agenda. Mr. Speaker, as the Premier and I have stated previously, the work of transforming outcomes for our children is not only unprecedented in education circles in Bermuda, but this level of whole system change is unprecedented in the public service in Bermuda. This is why the Education Reform Unit will continue to be supported by our globally recognized Education Change Partners Innovation Unit. The contract extension granted to Innovation Unit, a non-for-profit charity, appropriately reflects the work that they are undertaking to support this nationally significant work. Mr. Speaker, anyone involved in the process will tell you that this change has been built by us, for us, through engagement with teachers, students, parents, and business and community leaders. This government looks forward to continuing the work to reform our public school system, important work that will create the necessary opportunities for our children to follow their passion and interests, build on their talented capabilities, and achieve their career and further aspirations. Mr. Speaker, you'll continue to hear me say in this very House and in any forum that I can, Bermuda's children are Bermuda's future. We have committed to learning from our past in order to identify the best way to move forward in the interest of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Excuse me, members, the next statement this morning is in the name of the Minister of Works. Minister,
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
morning.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report on the government procurement methods and the Ministry of Public Works initiative to improve this process by reducing the excessive amounts of unnecessary bureaucracy and minutiae that local businesses have to endure when placing bids on government contracts. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, this administration pledged to increase efficiency within government and decrease the response time, a pledge I intend to keep. Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of this House are familiar with how often government is required to obtain goods and services from external sources in order to fulfill the needs that cannot be met by government alone. Specific to this ministry, be that specialty services in trenching, excavation, mold remediation, asphalting, landscaping, architecture, mechanical engineering, building maintenance, among others, too numerous to mention, but equally as important, to ensure that public infrastructure is maintained at an adequate level. Now, to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this administration understands the necessity in protecting the public purse and ensuring value for money when attempting to acquire goods and services from external entities, which is why this PLP administration implemented the Code of Practice for Project Management and Procurement in 2018 upon our return to government. Mr. Speaker, the code outlines how public officers procure goods and/or services on behalf of government departments, offices, and public authorities in accordance with their dollar threshold and procurement method from the initial request through the closing of an activity. Since implementation, I am sure that the Ministry of Public Works is not the only government entity which has received feedback from technical officers and companies in the private sector stating that the new method to place a bid on government contracts is too burdensome and enveloped in excessive amounts of unnecessary paperwork. Because of this, Mr. Speaker, over the years, the Ministry of Public Works has seen a decrease in the number of local companies applying for government contracts. As one, it costs money to place a bid on a contract through research and/or administrative time and personnel in order to compile the relevant documentation. And two, it takes time for the technical officers to delve into the submissions to ensure the government is receiving the best value. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, and I have to chuckle at bureaucracy at its best, some of the documents that companies have to produce in order to bid on government contracts consists of the same information over and over again. For example, if a company applies for two contracts at the same time, the company would be required to give its business information twice, i.e., the name of the company, its address, payroll tax ID, social insurance ID, etc., which is standard information that does not change often. If the company accidentally omits information from one of the bids, that company may be disqualified even though they submitted the required information on the other. Is this fair? I think not, especially when the information is literally identical. Mr. Speaker, simply to enlighten the listening public, the approximate time frame for awarding contracts can range from 5 weeks to 13 weeks or more. This wide-ranging variation in response time is deemed unsatisfactory by the ministry and those local companies, especially small to medium-sized businesses, who tend to operate on a monthly basis. Again, this is unfair as some small to medium-sized businesses may not have the capacity to hire additional administrative staff to keep on top of government contracts and procurement notices, even though they have the technical ability and resources to complete the tasks required. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, the Ministry of Public Works is now launching a pilot program known as the Vendor Pre-Qualification Program for the upcoming fiscal year, that being 2023 to 24. This pre-qualification program is designed to reduce the paperwork and red tape and accelerate the response time for small to medium-sized business owners looking to bid on government contracts. The pre-qualification will identify contractors qualified to supply goods or services to government. How this works, the company can apply by filling in the required paperwork only once, and upon review by technical officers, the company will be pre-qualified with the ministry and able to place bids on public works contracts for the entire fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, for this program, the ministry has identified 32 different services in which there may be a necessity in the next fiscal year. The application for this program and the list of categories were tabled this morning or can be found on the government procurement website. Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that with this new procurement method, an expeditious bid submission and review process can take place for government contracts, which will reduce the aforementioned time frame from 13 weeks to a minimum of 21 days. While the ministry cannot guarantee that a pre-qualified vendor will ultimately win a bid for a contract, Mr. Speaker, we can assure that those approved vendors who meet the pre-qualification criteria will benefit from a faster and far less complex procurement process. Since the announcement of this program and release of the pre-qualification application several weeks ago on the government procurement site, the ministry has hosted a number of information sessions in which representatives of 21 companies have learned more and received assistance in filling out forms for this program. I would like to emphasize that these information sessions are voluntary as a means for the ministry to give small and medium-sized businesses increased opportunity to secure work that will sustain them in the long term. Mr. Speaker, members of this Honorable House and the listening public, if you or someone you know owns a business and fits in one or more of the categories listed on the government procurement site, I encourage all companies, especially small to medium-sized business owners, to consider signing up for this pre-qualification program and to not miss out on their chance to be awarded a government contract. The first application process opens Tuesday, February 7th, 2023, but more importantly, the application process is open all year, and I encourage all companies to participate in this program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Members, that brings us to a close for the statements by ministers and junior ministers this morning. The next item on the order paper this morning would be the reports of committees. We actually have two such reports this morning, and the chairman of the Committee of the Public Accounts Committee will present the report this morning.
Mr. Speaker, under the provisions of Standing Order 34-3 of the House of Assembly, I hereby submit for the information of the Honorable House of Assembly a report of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Accounts on Auditor General's Public Interest Report on Government's Response to COVID-19, Unemployment Benefit Administration, and a report on Auditor General's Public Interest Reports on the Bermuda Government's Response to COVID-19. The PAC requests that these reports be forwarded to the Ministry of Finance for consideration and response on the recommendations made by the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Members, the next item on the order paper is the question period. And the questions this morning are generated from the statements that were given earlier. And we do have members who've indicated that they wish to ask questions of those statements. And we'll begin with the second statement that was given this morning by the Minister of Social Development and Seniors. There are two members who have indicated that they'd like to put a question to you, Minister. And the first is MP Pearman. MP Pearman, would you like to put your question? We'll mark our clock now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning.
Good morning.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your statement for the House on the expansion of litigation guardian services. This is something that the opposition has been calling for since 2018. And so I think we can agree that the need for litigation guardians is a matter of bipartisan consensus, and I commend the fact that it is being expanded. The question I have, Minister, is are you aware in 2022, so the last calendar year, roughly how many of the court cases will have seen litigation guardians appear on behalf of minors?
Minister.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. As reported by the magistrates, there were approximately 10 cases.
Supplementary?
Yes, supplementary. That being the case, and as I understand it, there are currently 5 practicing and 3 new litigation guardians, being a total of 8. How much further do you plan to expand the numbers of litigation guardians?
Minister?
Just for clarification, Mr. Speaker, there are only 5 litigation guardians. There are just 3. The other, there are just 5. We have had in the past 7 members, Mr. Speaker. We would like to expand to 7, but we would also like to have a pool of persons, qualified persons, in which we can pull from.
Supplementary?
No, second question,
Second
please,
question.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that answer and clarification as to the number of litigation guardians now standing at 5. Does the minister agree with me that really what this shows is that it's necessary for our family courts to see a commensurate amount of funding consistent with the kind of funding that goes to our well-regarded commercial courts?
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied with the funding that is available to litigation guardians.
Okay. Supplementary?
No supplementary, thank you.
Okay. Third question?
No third question.
Thank you. Minister, the second member who wishes to put a question to you is MP Jackson. MP Jackson, would you like to put your question now?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I just have a couple of quick questions for the minister. I'm just wondering if the minister would just describe to us a little more what the duty litigation guardian system is that would be provided for family court.
Minister?
Sure. Mr. Speaker, the process with litigation guardians, like I've mentioned in my statement, Mr. Speaker, they are appointed by the courts. The litigation guardians that are currently in place are on a rota. There is a coordinator for litigation guardians who has the responsibility of assigning a litigation guardian and making sure that there are no conflicts of interest. Once that guardian is assigned, they will take on the case and will be required to make submissions and make analysis as required by the court. That is a basic process in regards to litigation guardians. The court also determines the length of time that a litigation guardian will be in place for a child.
Supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So is the duty litigation guardian system a software program, or is the minister just referring to system as a manual process?
It's the process.
Further supplementary?
No supplementary,
Second
Mr. Speaker,
question?
but yes, just a quick second question.
Go ahead.
The comprehensive litigation guardian practice guidance, is that a public document? And if so, where we could find it?
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, the document is not public at this time. If the member would like to see that, I have no problem with sharing that with that member.
Thank you. Supplementary?
No, but thank
Okay.
the minister for that offer.
Okay. No third question. Okay. Thank you, members, for your questions to the minister. Minister, that's all the questions for you. We'll now move on to the next statement. The next statement that has questions this morning is for the Minister of National Security. Minister MP Jackson has questions for you. MP, would you like to put your question?
Yes, my first question to the minister, Mr. Speaker, is I'm just curious that if we are going to be moving from the UK or moving to the UK air navigation overseas territories, whether there is going to be any kind of conflict or any kind of negotiation between what we have as a UK standard or an overseas territory standard and the US FAA.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer to that is no, there will not be any conflict between the two.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Another question, Mr. Speaker. Because of the change in our codes, would this restrict us in any way from the size or the number, frequency of planes that would be coming to Bermuda? So would we have to change the dynamic? In particular, I would imagine the size of the plane that could fly into Bermuda based on the support service that we could provide them.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be no change.
Okay. Supplementary?
No supplementary. Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay, thank you. Minister, those were the only questions for you on that statement. We'll now move on to the next statement of indication of questions. That's for the Minister of Transport. Minister of Transport, you have questions from MP Jackson. Would you like to put your questions to the minister?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, my first question with regard to the electric buses is that I'm just curious if the minister might be able to give us a comparison between the costs of gas and the now present cost of electricity in order to service the new electric buses.
Mr. Speaker, I gave her the cost of oversaving. The honorable members can work backwards. It's just simple math.
Supplementary?
Just for clarity, Mr. Speaker, that's a comparison in gas. I'm just curious what the electricity costs are now for the new fleet.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I gave my answer. The honorable member can work backwards from the math I gave her.
I'm trying to follow that. I'm trying to follow that.
Speaker, I gave the House an idea of what we're saving. I was just saying that a member can work backwards from the savings if she wants to find out what the cost is.
I think for my own clarification, the question asks, what was the savings in electricity or the savings in gas?
I'd actually like to know what the cost of the electricity is to service the buses.
Is that per kilowatt?
That's what I thought the question was
Is-
around electricity and not
Yeah,
gas.
I'm not Belco. I don't know what the cost for the Belco.
I just wanted that clarification because I did hear electricity and not gas. What was provided in the statement referred to gas, to fuel, diesel. The minister is indicating that he does not have the information or cannot provide the information as to electricity savings. Electricity costs, rather.
That's why I asked on the member. She mentioned the kilowatt per hour? What are you asking?
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to know how much it is costing in electricity to service these buses, to get them running.
And
Mr. Speaker, I'll get the information back to the honorable members if that will help her out.
okay. The minister has indicated he'll see if he can provide an answer for you. It's not an answer that was prepared for today. Okay. Do you have a further supplementary or a second question?
I have a second question, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead.
Just given the maintenance efficiencies that the new electric fleet is providing, I'm just wondering if the minister might be able to give the public general information about how the electric buses are being able to stay in service longer and how that is improving or not the bus schedule.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I clearly don't understand what the honorable member is asking.
Can you restate it?
Yes, it sounds that there's less maintenance on the electric buses,
Mhm.
which would say that the buses are in service more often or with less off-road servicing. And so I'm just curious if this is having a positive impact on the bus schedule itself.
Yes.
The answer is yes. Okay. Supplementary? No supplementary?
I have no supplementary
Third
at
question?
this time. Third question. The minister on page 5 talked about the new buses coming onto the road and additional fleet arriving maybe this summer. And I'm just curious how many of our existing gas buses will be removed this year.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have that information in front of me. I can get it back for the individual.
Okay, appreciate that. Supplementary? Thank
No
you.
supplementary.
Okay, that brings to the end of your questions. You've actually had 3. Minister, MP Chairman would like to put questions to you, MP.
Thank you. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for your statement. It's good to see Bermuda deploying electric buses. And I note that the Honorable Minister thanked the previous Minister of Transport for his efforts in getting these on our roads. Minister, roughly how old are the oldest diesel buses that are still on the road? I know that they have on the license plate the year that they were purchased. Are they sort of 25 years old, or what are the oldest diesel buses?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the information in front of them myself. I can get the information to the member.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't looking for specifics.
Supplementary?
Supplementary. I wasn't looking for specifics. Could you assist with how many roughly diesel buses are left? Do you have that number? More abouts? It's a different question to my learned friend behind.
So we have 103 buses right now. 30 diesel, 30 electric. I'll suggest that you can subtract that to figure out maybe it's the.
That I can do. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Second question or
And
supplementary?
supplementary. And what is the lifespan roughly of a diesel bus? Is it about 25 years?
I agree with my honorable member. I'm not a mechanic, so some buses, cars last longer, depending on how you take care of them.
Second question.
Go ahead.
So when you give the figures of the cost of the buses, in order to compare apples to apples rather than apples to oranges, we should adjust the numbers based upon the competing lifespan of 12 years for an electric bus versus 25 years for a diesel bus. Yes? I believe we have buses on the road from 2000.
Did you put that in the question for?
Yeah, no, my question is if we're comparing apples to apples, then we need to adjust the numbers that you gave in your statement.
Really comparing apples to oranges, because one's electric, one's diesel.
Thank you. I think we're agreeing. Third question.
Third question.
I know that my honorable minister, he likes his maths. In terms of the new buses, there are 30, and you've ordered another 40, which takes us to 70, but you provided only for 60 electric bays to charge the 70 buses. Is that a space constraint?
Understood?
We're putting some more in eventually.
Thank you. No supplementary.
Yeah. Supplementary? Supplementary? Members, we do have a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is supplementary to the electric charging stations. I'm just wondering, with the electric charging stations and the solar panels, has a contractor been chosen? Was there an RFP? And if there's a contract for that?
Minister?
Honorable Speaker, this is not part of the questions. For the statement. An RFP.
Basically, you indicated that there would be additional charging stations going in. So that it sort of opens the door as to the process of where I'm being put in. So it's either you've got a contractor yet or you don't have a contractor.
No, I'm not really. No, I'm not. No, I didn't.
No, the conversation flows this way.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, I believe that's dealt by the Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Fine.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary?
Mr. Minister, Minister Furbett. My supplementary, as Mr. Speaker, is, Minister, with 60 stations being provided at this time, do you charge all 60 buses at the same time, every time they need charging?
No, Mr. Member. We have three fuel stations up at the depot, and we cannot fuel them all at the same time. Takes time. So it may be 3 the first time they come up, then the other 3, and we eventually get out of 103 up to the 100 that we have.
Thank you. That brings to an end the questions for the Minister of Transport. We now move on to the next statement that has questions. And Minister of Education, you have members who have indicated they have questions for you. The first member is NP Famous. Would you like to put your question?
Morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning to the people of Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, sometimes people read stuff in the World Gazette and it may or may not be true. Recently, I read that
Speak to the chair. Speak to the chair.
Recent-
Then get sidetracked.
Recently, I read that the Ministry of Education had extended the contract to this consultants from Australia and New Zealand. So I want to know first, is it true? That's my first question.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for that question. As I announced in a press conference in November after the throne speech, that we intended to and were in the process of negotiating an extended contract with the Innovation Unit out of Australia, New Zealand.
Supplementary or new question?
Supplementary.
Go ahead.
I want to know why. The people want to know why.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that question. Mr. Speaker, when we had first announced education reform, we always stated that it would take many, many years to bring into fruition. The first 2 years of this, and we have, for persons, for their edification, we've been working at this for just around 4 years now. The first 2 years was done to for the necessary work was needed to collect the data to inform what it is that we needed to do. The next part was putting in the signature learning programs at our senior schools. And then the following part of that was to get up and running our parish primary schools, the first of which will enter into operation in September 2023. Mr. Speaker, we currently have 18 primary schools, 4 middle schools, and 2 signature schools. At the end of this process, we will have 10 primary schools, 10 primary schools, and 5 signature schools. So the work is still ongoing, and the work is still many more years to come. And so the necessary work done by Innovation Unit is required at this time to continue to get our people skilled and up to speed so they can take over the work. The intention has always been that we will put persons in place that will be able to do this work that will continue for many, many years after the contract with Innovation Unit has completed.
Thank you. And supplementary? I have a supplementary from MP Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the minister might be able to give us a view of any other projects or parts of the overall education reform that the Innovation Unit will be participating in the future.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, Innovation Unit, as originally announced several years ago, is what we call our change partners. Their sole role is to not only guide us in best practices, but to help us develop the type of innovation that is required to change not only the mindsets of our educators, our students, but also that of the public. And so what we find is as we move forward with education reform, most of the resistance we get are persons that remember what happened to them when they were in school. And so the idea is to actually get them to understand that what we're doing is fundamentally different from what any of us have ever gone through, and that does take time. And so Innovation Unit's reach within our education reform not only is just with the Education Reform Unit, that is the Education Authority work that's going on, as well as the PMO work that will be undertaken shortly in terms of what infrastructure changes are necessary within our system.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, MP Famous, or second question?
Last supplementary. Can the minister assure the public that they're getting value for money?
Mr. Speaker, the only way I can answer that question is absolutely.
Okay. Second question, no further questions? And Minister, the next question for you this morning is from MP Richardson. MP?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Minister, I had the opportunity to attend one of your information sessions down in the Great Number 7. And my question to you, Mr. Minister, for all of us, I guess, is going to be, you spoke quite a bit about what is happening and where we are now, but can you talk some more about the curriculum and learning experiences, especially as they relate to the primary schools that are coming online, which would be Purvis Primary and Francis Patton Primary? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. The curriculum, and one of the things that we often get asked is what's happening with the curriculum. The purpose of the purpose of the transformation is to meet our children where they are and change, as I spoke earlier, change the dynamic and how we think about education, especially within the public school, where we have such a variety of learners at different skill levels. But I do want to assure persons that the Cambridge curriculum that is currently in place it is anticipated that it will remain in place, but we will look to do things differently around how that curriculum is implemented. We also have what's known as the CCK, or the creative curriculum for kindergarten, that is currently in place for our preschools now, and that will continue to be in place and continue to be enhanced. What we will do differently is provide educational services for our children that are more personalized and more in taking of what it is that their particular skill sets are and what it is that they need in order to thrive. As we do now with our education system, and we are probably one of the few education systems in the world that still allocate resources based on the number of children within the school versus allocating resources based on what resources the children actually need to thrive. And so, not to call any particular school out in this process that we're saying, but the price, the cost that or the budget that we give to a school that has the majority of the children that come from an area that we would consider affluent, both parents, there are none of the social issues that may or may not affect the learning. It's the same way we allocate funds to a school that has children that may come from that environment. Although children that come from one environment need much more resources and much more things in order for them to thrive than schools that come from students that come from another place. And so when we look at world-class systems, even when children move from school to school, the funding follows the child because the child needs those resources. We don't do that here in Bermuda. And that is when we talk about fundamentally changing how we envision education in Bermuda, how it should work. And that's when we talk about creating equity. And so when we look at the curriculum is about creating the things that our children need to thrive, but also changing the way we operate overall to create equity across the board with our children.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Mr. Minister, can you elaborate more or give an indication in terms of the degree to which parents have been receptive to this change and how the degree to which they are involved in the process to ensure that their children do in fact benefit from this proposed change?
Thank you, member. As I stated in my statement, our redesigned system is truly by Bermuda for Bermuda. What we did is initially research to find out what it is that Bermuda needs within its economy for our children to thrive. Then you start with what is the end result. We want our children to leave our system after 13 years with not only the Bermuda Leaving School diploma that says I've matriculated through school, but we want them to leave with skill sets. We want them to leave with micro-credentials. We want them to leave with international designations that allow them to go directly into the workforce or off to tertiary education and be that further ahead than their counterparts. In order for us to do that, it requires us to talk to the public to find out what it is that the public thinks that our children need. Now, some of these things are fantasy projects. Some of them are actually really credible. And I think one of the most powerful statements I've seen in the hundreds of sessions that we have done was an educator saying, I see my idea up there on the board because that means I've been listened to. And so the idea is once we have the way we develop these things is there's an initial embryonic stage that educators at the particular schools are actually talking and saying, what is it that we want? Then that is what we call socialized amongst the public, amongst the parents, amongst the other educators, amongst the students and community partners. And they get their input to say, well, I like this, but what can you do differently? Or, hey, I didn't think of that idea, but here's something else that we could possibly do. And then those are incorporated into that idea and it's gone and baked again and looked. And then we go back and say, hey, everything that we've talked about, are we hitting those marks? Once we get to that point, we then talk about how do we conceptualize or how we bring that into fruition? How do we actually action that to bring it into? And then we go back and to the public and say, now that we've got to the point where now saying this is how we envision it working within the school, this is how it can be put in, give us more input. And we continue that process until it's ready to be rolled out.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is, to what degree have you incorporated will the different styles of learning be incorporated into the process. We think very often in terms of boys and girls learn differently, but obviously there are other different styles. And so to what degree has that been incorporated or will it be incorporated into the process? And thank you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you. One of the working groups in the Education Reform Unit is looking at what we call personalized learning advocates. And these is positions that will be put in place that actually sit down and talk with students, talk with parents, and come up with what it is that needs to be put in place for that student to thrive. And so that's how we will address the individual student needs.
Thank you. Minister, the next question this morning is from the government whip. Would you like to put your question? Honorable member?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, often during my canvassing and obviously getting phone calls from persons, I hear from teachers and parents, when will my primary school be closed, or when will my primary school become a parish primary school? Can the minister tell us when the plan that makes this clear will be available?
Let me remind members that questions should center on, and I think this statement was directed at 2 Pacific schools.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not lost on me that that is probably one of the biggest questions we get when we have engagement sessions with parents, with the public, is when. And Mr. Speaker, it is a massive undertaking that we have on our hands, because we're not only transforming the system, we have to maintain the current system as well. And so we have these two parallel things going on. And so it's an undertaking that I myself have been disappointed that we've not been able to, but I can assure the public that we've set a target date of the end of February to actually have that plan together, and we will be having additional updates on that plan as we put forth. So what we want to have is something that's put forth so persons can look and say, okay, I see when my primary school is scheduled to be discontinued. I see when the middle school will cease to operate. And I see when the parish primary school in the parish I live in will is scheduled to come to fruition. And so we want to have that plan together, but it's an absolute monster of a task that we are doing right now. But it is something that we are committed to, and we finally starting to get all of the data that is necessary to put that together. And so I've given the team, I've asked for that to be done by the end of February, and so that's the date that we're aiming for.
Supplementary?
I did have a supplementary, Mr. Speaker, but the minister has explained it. Thank you.
Thank you. MP Jackson, would you like to still put your question?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Minister of Education is, given all of the changes, all of the new programs, all of the things that are going on in the evolution of the public school system, I'm just curious if the minister might be able to describe to us how much autonomy, once all of the pieces of the puzzle have been put into place, how much autonomy will the principals then have over each one of their schools, in particular the parish primary schools, once all of this has been put into place?
Minister?
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can speak on this without fear of recrimination or unveiling anything, because we have had public sessions that discuss what the Education Authority will look like. And the purpose, one of the ethos of the Education Authority is to provide autonomy at the school level for principals and for the boards that we intend to have in place for every single school. Boards will be responsible for the recruitment of principals and teachers within the system, because we want our schools to develop their own ethos. If we're talking about parish primary schools, the idea of the parish primary schools is to have a school that becomes the hub of that community. Who else knows what the hub of that community is but the persons who live in that parish? And so we want them to have the input necessary in order to develop what that school should be like in terms of fitting into that parish. We want to turn around the dynamic that often plagues what we consider plagues government departments, and that is a very top-down operation where you have someone at the top that's directing everybody at the bottom. If any of the members opposite, when they do attend some of our sessions, they'll see one of the very things that we talk about is a student-centered approach to the development of education. That's where the student sits at the top of our org chart, not at the bottom. And everybody else works from the bottom up to make sure that student gets the benefit of what needs to be. And that includes autonomy to decide what goes on to a certain extent within our school system.
Supplementary?
Yes, I completely got what the minister just said, but I'm in particular, I'm just interested that once the parish primary schools are up and running, how much autonomy the principal will actually have, whether that's in the bringing in of teachers, performance management, some of the administration that would take place at the primary school level.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I will speak a little slower this time. I've often been accused of speaking too fast. The point is that schools within their boards will have the autonomy over the recruitment of principal and teachers to fit that school model.
Supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker, but I have a
Second question, continue.
Thank you. My second question to the minister, Mr. Speaker, is I'm just curious what the enrollment numbers have been for 2022.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I do not have that information with me, and that member is free to submit a parliamentary question, and I can get that data researched and submitted.
Supplementary?
Third question.
Third question?
This is regarding the signature school, the signature programs in the senior schools. I'm just curious if the minister might be able to give us any information on how all of the various professional programs within the signature will be managed. Is there going to be a sort of project manager that will be in place to sort of oversee the STEM program or to oversee the tourism program, et cetera, to make sure that all of the various listed programs, community outreach, like the Bermuda Zoological Society, et cetera, are all managed, and we make sure that our program stays relevant and we make sure that the certification or the level of teaching and learning and testing, all of that remains current. So I'm just curious whether there are project managers in place to manage that.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the signature learning programs, they are managed by the schools. Each one of the programs has someone over it at the particular schools. I'm not quite sure the term project manager, because the schools will be the ones responsible for that. There will be, of course, they'll be reporting to their particular board, who will have the data, and part of this is data and metrics as well. I think that's probably what you're referring to. One of the work streams is data and metrics, and how do we measure the success of the programs, and how do we capture early on whether they're going in the direction they should be going or they're not going in the direction. So that is part of the development of all of the programs, both from preschool, parish primary schools, and the signature schools, that there will be robust data and metrics built into that, and how those programs are being adjudged to be providing the services that they need. I think that speaks to what it is you're talking about, but there'll be no specific project manager person. But I cannot speak to the future of what the Education Authority wishes to put in place. But data and metrics is critically important, because we need to be able to measure what we're doing right, what we may not be doing right, and how to make those necessary corrections.
Thank you. Supplementary?
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, that brings an answer to questions for you this morning on your statement. The last statement this morning is from Minister of Works, and Minister, the MP Kennedy has questions for you. MP?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, everyone. On page 2, the Honorable Minister mentions that there is a range between 5 weeks and 13 weeks that he felt was unsatisfactory in the completion of awarding contracts. And I must say that the implementation of this new qualification process is a good thing to see. So I'm just curious as to whether or not he has set with the civil service any new targets then with this process new in place. Are there any new targets now? Will it be 3 to 7 weeks? Have they placed any targets so that they have something to go for with the new process?
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I included in my statement that the minimum time is 3 weeks. Clearly, that'll be dictated by the complexity of what is being sought, but that's the aim. The technical officers have set and come up with those timeframes, so it's something reasonable that we think we can achieve.
Thank you. Supplementary?
No,
Second question, go ahead.
Yeah, second question. And with this qualification process, just trying to understand it a little better, will this allow for small and medium-sized businesses, will this allow for government to be able to better assess what kinds of projects they can take on? Sometimes you get these small businesses and they're going for a project, but they don't have the equipment, whatever the case may be, or resources, yes. So will part of this qualification process kind of give a guideline as to, with the contractors, what kinds of contracts they should be bidding for?
Mr. Speaker, yes, there is a list that was tabled this morning that lists 32 categories of things from carpenter to plumber to whatever your expertise is, so that we can then sit with you and help you fill out the documentation that's required so that you are able to bid on the contracts that come up in your area of expertise.
Supplementary? Third question? No. Thank you. Members, that brings us to a close of the question and answer period for this morning. And it is and we'll now move on to the congratulatory and obituary speeches. And I'm going to acknowledge the member from constituency C24 first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a sad note to have the Access House to send condolences to the Ednis family in the passing of Ms. Ednis, who was the matriarch of C24, otherwise known as the Gold Coast of Bermuda. Persons and residents of the area have sort of shared their memories and talking about how parents used to send children to her store to make purchases, and the store was called the Ednis's. And that even if they didn't have the ability to cover the cost of the groceries, she still would just write a note on a little piece of brown paper bag and say, hey, this is an IOU, letting the parents know. Miss Ednis was an astute businesswoman, and she, even though after having the, I'm once again, I'm going by the stories that was, going by the stories that the constituents have shared, and that she often forgave a lot of the debt. And the other thing is that the children, and I'll say the resident Reed Furbert shared a personal memory of where whenever he would go by, she would always have almost an endless supply of red and yellow pearl drops that she would share with the children on a regular basis. And then even going further back, and this was more memories from my father, where you had a place called Chili's. So that now if you go if you go on South Shore, there's a yellow building right on the left side. On the back side of that was a patio called Chili's, and my dad would say that he remembers horse and carriages would line the street with tourists going there. So this was before taxis were even a thing. Line the street going there, and she was a central point of almost the island's tourism product at that time. And so she will be sorely missed. And once again, it is with deep sympathy that we share. And I will associate the MP for constituency 26 with that. Actually, I want to associate the whole House with those messages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Before I acknowledge anyone, let me address an oversight. There was an oversight this morning that we should have done, where it is traditional for when a member of Parliament, a former member of Parliament, has passed. And there was an oversight this morning of a passing of a former member. I'm going to seek the indulgence at this moment, if the House doesn't mind, and take the customary moment of silence, which then would allow other members to speak to the individual if they wish to speak to that matter, so that it would be done delayed. So at this time, members, I'm going to ask that we just rise and have that moment of silence for the former member, Mr. Gary Pittman, who served in both this House and the other House, and he passed away earlier this month and was funeralized recently. So we'll funeralized last week, in fact. So we'll start the moment of silence at this point. Thank you. Thank you, members. And now members will be free to comment if they choose to. The MP Keynes, you have your 3 minutes.
Please, you, Mr. Speaker.
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, just would like to acknowledge some birthdays and passings in constituency 14. I would like to acknowledge the birthday of Mr. Mark Orchard, 60 years old, Mr. Gary Davis, 50 years old, Susan Gums, Patricia Phillips, Adele Davis, Helen Caesar, Judith Beach, Amos Eben, Rosemary Glenn, she was 85 years old, Mr. Speaker, Charlotte Warren, Eugene Harvey, Stanley Hudson, and Mr. Annette Eastman, who was also 80 years old. In January, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say happy birthday to Miss Eleanor Casserum, Victoria Dolphin, Nathan Atchison, Colin Painter, Dennis Bean, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with reference to, and Justin Bento, Miss Gary Shields, Elizabeth Stevenson, Marion James, Agnes Hewitt, Gladwin Goins, Tracy Richardson, Ted Tyrrell, John Clark, John Hudson, Sandy Tucker Scott, and Mr. Morris Rogers in January. Mr. Speaker, under the passings, we'd like to mourn with the families Westmore Greaves, who's passed, Dina Estelle Ward, Simone Diane Woolridge, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to acknowledge the passing of Mr. Vincent Boxy Keynes. Mr. Speaker, that was my uncle, my dad's brother, who passed earlier this week. He, Mr. Speaker, if you might not remember, he worked at the BIU gas station. And at 11:45, he would bring the chain across the line. He was gregarious. He spoke to everyone. If you can remember him at the BIU gas station for many years. He was also a driver for the Opportunity Workshop, where he drove the van with our special and the people that we love in our community. And he was just a delight. He was a member of the Evening Light Pentecostal Church, where he was a member there. He leaves to mourn his wife, Ann Keynes. Neville Keynes, Mr. Speaker, who's a great saxophone player. He also works at the Bermuda Stock Exchange, and his son, Vaughan Keynes, who is a barrister at law. I would like to acknowledge my father and my Aunt Liz, who are the remaining living siblings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. I now acknowledge MP from constituency 28. MP Lister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to the listening audience and to my fellow colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to start off with a sad note. I send condolences to the families of the two road traffic victims earlier this week. And it's personal to me because I knew both of them, grew up with them over the last 20 years, Mr. Speaker. So it is a very sad moment for the community of Somerset and for those families. So I'd like to send condolences to those families. And on a lighter note, Mr. Speaker, since we last sat in this house in December, there have been many birthdays in my constituency, but if I read them all, I would not have enough time. So I just highlighted two of them, and these are Ms. Edna Jones of Kermans Hill, who celebrated her 99th birthday on December 31st. And then Miss Cecily Stavu of 2 South Breeze Road celebrated her 90th birthday on December 18th. So while there are many birthdays, I just want to highlight those two as they are some of our senior members in the constituency. So we want to send again, thank you, and we'll congratulate them on their belated birthdays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. I recognize honorable member MP Simmons at the back of the room who sprung up very quickly at that time. MP Simmons, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning.
I rise on several sad notes today. I would first like to honor and pay tribute to my branch chairman's father, Mr. Clarence Smith, who passed. We'd like to be associated by all members of the House. This gentleman spent 50 plus years in the construction industry, a master craftsman who has moon gates built throughout the island. But of significant note, and I'm going to lobby the Works and Engineering Minister for this, the last time there were major upgrades done to Somerset Bridge,
yes,
he by hand cut
he
the
did.
slate
That's right.
to put there. So that's a major accomplishment. He was a wonderful family man, a wonderful father, and you can see by the fruits of all the children that he has produced and the wonderful things they're doing throughout the country. On a further sad note, the Sands community was rocked with the loss of Miss Monica Doors. For those of you of a certain age will remember her from Boyles and Somerset or Trimmingham's. And she was one of the first people, I knew her for most of my life, but she was one of the first people I canvassed when I entered Constituency 33 in 2014. And she had just lost her daughter. And we became very close over the years just from just talking and connecting on different issues. And she is truly, truly, truly missed by our community. I'd like to join in condolences on the passing of Gary Pittman. In a previous life, I succeeded him in Parliament in constituency 19. And I remember him specifically because of the way he cared for his father in his father's golden years. He was a man of kindness and generosity, and I hope that we will all remember him fondly. And on a positive note, finishing off positive note, one of my mentors and teachers, the Most Honorable Marcella Liber, Dame Marcella Liber, has been sworn in as the new Governor General of St. Kitts. She was a trailblazer and champion for women's issues in St. Kitts. And I learned many, many things at her hand and when she was campaigning in the 2014 general election in St. Kitts. So I commend her and congratulate her. And with that, I take my seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? MP De Silva, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like the House to send condolences to Mr. Harold Manas, who's a former Assistant Commissioner of Bermuda. He is also the father of my business partner, Mr. Stephen Manas. Harold was an exceptional person, to say the least, Mr. Speaker. He is a man that many say broke many barriers during his time. And his time that I speak of, Mr. Speaker, is over 40 years serving the Bermuda Police Service. Mr. Speaker, he was the first and only police officer that was welcomed at the Union at the time, Mr. Speaker. He started his career with the service in 1959, Mr. Speaker. And at that time, you can imagine being a police officer in the 2 decades in particular that followed, how difficult that must have been, especially for him, and especially being a little light than most folks at the time. But he was, like I say, the first police officer that was welcomed and went to the Union. And he didn't go to the Union, Mr. Speaker, to give any orders, to reprimand anyone. His choice to go to the Union and his acceptance was how can the Bermuda police and the union and many others work together in Bermuda. And one other thing that many people may not know about Commissioner Harold Munners was that he was the mastermind behind the Friendship Trophy that we all know today. That trophy, he was a mastermind in creating to help hopefully solve some of the racial tensions we had at that time. So he is a man that is sorely missed, and I'd like to finish with him. He is a creature of habit, Mr. Speaker. Many people know that not only was he a creature of habit, but when he said he was going to do something, he done it. And when he had a habit of doing things, he was consistent. And as MP Honorable former Premier Michael Dunkley just said, his son is certainly a creature of habit like his father was. Yes, and he is a good man too. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to give condolences to the family of former PLP member Denny Ferris, Mr. Speaker. He was the grandfather of my daughter-in-law and the great-grandfather of my granddaughter.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, really quickly, if the House could indulge me, I have to say this. Yvonne Judy Scott, Mr. Speaker, whom you know very well, will celebrate 40 years record for Port Royal this March. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to be associated with the remarks concerning Gary Pittman. My little interaction with Mr. Pittman was I considered him to be a very sincere person. When you talk to him, he listened to you, and you can see that he just wasn't listening for the sake of listening, but he listened with concern for the problem. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be associated with remarks of Harold Munners. Harold Munners was an honorary, in my opinion, member of the Bermuda Industrial Union, because he's the only fellow can come there without even calling during a very difficult time in the history of this country and come in his office and assist us in our endeavors to do good things. Also, Harold I think he was the leader of the cycle, what do you call it? The display cycle squad. He was the leader of that crowd there, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to be associated with remarks concerning Mr. Keynes, a former employee of the Bermuda Industrial Union gas station, a giant. He and his wife had very, very close ties with Dr. Ball, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also want to be associated with the remarks about Clarence Smith. I knew Mr. Smith. I was a little boy, and when cricket used to be played on Thursday afternoons. And so after school, we'll rush up to flats, particularly if they was playing the most exciting team in Bermuda, Cleveland County. But Smith would hit those balls way down flats, down the aquarium. He hit some big sixes, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also want the House to remember Brian Morris. Brian Morris was the manager and golf pro at the Ocean View. Brian fought hard. He fought, and I want to associate the whole House. He fought hard. At one time, I thought he was going to beat the dreadful disease of cancer. But he was upbeat. Every time you talk to him, he never wanted you to feel sorry for him. Brian was out there playing golf. And yes, he had the wrong team in soccer, but some people can make mistakes and be accepted, Mr. Speaker. But Brian would be a miss to many in this country because of his great personality. And Mr. Speaker, Danny Ferris, I want to be associated with Urshamar. Danny Ferris was a champion to the union, particularly the fishermen's division. He was a walking encyclopedia. You ask him anything about the fish to see, Danny, that's right. Danny will give it to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? Opposition Leader, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to associate myself with the comments made by the honorable member from 26, I think, Mrs. Scott, in
24.
regards, 24, in
24.
regards to Miss Myrtle Edness. She's part basically of an extended family member. She basically was my neighbor all my life. And she, in essence, took me to Sunday school. That's how far back that went. There's a lot I can say, but I have so many other people I want to do. But that does not diminish the value that she's made. She was a ardent supporter of Christ Church Warwick. She was an ardent supporter of young people. She worked for the Recorder. And in regards to the issue of Chili's patio in Warwick, Chili, by the way, is my grandfather. And that was the place to go in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, outdoor dancing and so on and so forth. And I have resurrected that patio. So it's still going and it's still available for
Dance is still
those
taking place?
occasionally. I like to also associate myself with the comments made in regards to Gary Pittman. He and I sat together in Parliament. He was committed to his people. He was a passionate person. And as my cousin, the Honorable Member Derek Burgess, he was a true kind spirit. And he really went out of his way to help people. He was president of Chevron, and he was respected in the oil and gas industry then. And if you became a friend of Gary, you have a privileged person in your life. Harold Monis, I'd like to associate my comments in regards to Harold Monis. He was the Deputy Commissioner of Police, and he served with my father-in-law, the late Honorable Frederick Penny Bean. Danny Ferris is special to me. When I was Minister of the Environment, even though we were on different sides of the political fence, he always called me and gave me his wisdom and ideas about the fishing industry. And I would do the same and call him if I had any questions. And he was always willing to help where he could. So I salute Danny Ferris for his contribution to the fishing industry. I'd like to also send condolences to the family of Uname Bean of Smith's Parish. She was another kind soul who left us way, way too soon, but she was ready to go. And I would like to send condolences to her family.
Thank you, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member at the back, and P. Simmons. Wait. Simmons, wait.
At the back, at the back.
Yeah, your eye caught me first. I was looking in that direction past the shoulder of the.
I'd like to associate
Former speaker.
the remarks on Monica Doors, who I've actually known all of my life, 60 plus years. She was a friend of the family, and she was a friend of many of our neighbors. She was a house that we went to, and certainly she made a big difference in so many people's lives. I would also like to associate myself with Gary Pittman. He was one of the first houses that I canvassed in constituency 25. And he gave me great encouragement. And I think maybe he gave me his vote. Not sure, but possibly. I would also like to acknowledge any of the individuals that turned past their 90th year in my constituency. Leonard Wade, no relative. Ann Wade, who's 93. Ann Wade, who is 99. Myrtle McLeod, who is 90. And Sheena Darrell, who's 93. I would also like to congratulate the Every Praise Team worship experience that was on the 29th. They came to Warwick, and that's under the One Body of Christ movement and evangelist Nikita Robinson. They said they came to Warwick because they found that the most exciting, interesting, and religious parishes in the island. Thank you.
All right. MP Ming, you have your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning.
I come with a heavy heart on a sad note today. My constituency is mourning the death of three, if you would call them a stalwart to the parish, then they would definitely be that. One would be Deborah Williams. She didn't have a husband, but her children were Jamal and Michelle. And these are people who I've grown up with and played with all my life in St. George's. And I want them to know that they're in our thoughts and prayers. Also, Albert Pioneer Francis. He had 5 boys, as he referred to them, but they were actually all girls. And so Sherry, Zena, Tanya, sorry, Paula and Pam, the twins. We want you to know as well that you're in our thoughts and prayers. Mr. Francis, because I never ever called the gentleman Pioneer, was one of the first truckers in St. George's. So everybody in St. George's who was either moving a piece of furniture, getting something new or whatever back in the day, the thing was called Pioneer. So he became, he was well known for his trucking industry. And it's funny because at his funeral, in his obituary, the notes, they said he really didn't truck outside of St. George's. He had to really know you to go outside of St. George's. So I thought that was funny that he actually maintained the business for this many, many years, or for just the residents in St. George's. And also, on a very sad note, Ann Thompson, on Ann, to me, who passed away last week. And I'd like for Sherry, April, Shabray, Brianna, Kat, and Ciara to know that they're in our thoughts and prayers. She was one of those babysitters, Mr. Speaker, from back in the day, the old time ones that didn't move anything for the children, that taught the children that you don't touch. Right. There was nothing ever moved. And maybe a good third of these St. George's children passed through her when they came up. On another sad note, Mr. Speaker, and he was not from St. George's, but he thought he was, and that would be Michael Painter, who was the owner of Patago Cycles, the electric bikes. He died at a very young age. It was obviously devastating to us because he spent a lot of time in St. George's. He pushed his cycle. He was truly an entrepreneur and a salesman. My walking group have rented the electric bikes on several occasions. And so I'm sure that his family are grieving still at this time, and just want them to know that they are in our thoughts and prayers as well. And I'd like to be associated with the comments for Danny Ferris and also for Harold Moniz, who actually was funny. I just celebrated 27 years of marriage, but when I was dating my husband, he was my husband's inspector at that time. And he said, "Are you sure you want to go with this bye-bye?" So I guess maybe we made a right choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. MP Jackson, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to be associated with the passing of Gary Pittman as well. He was certainly someone who provided advice and guidance along the way. He was very much there to provide any kind of support, and I really appreciated his insights as I entered into the political arena many years ago. Well, what I consider to be many years ago. I'd also like to send condolences to the family of Sylvia Spearing. She was my centenary, and I associate the opposition leader as well in those messages. She was absolutely a delight. And although I didn't have an opportunity to visit with her in person very much due to her age, and here comes COVID, but I certainly loved talking to her on the phone. Her voice was just always so youthful, and I really appreciated her spirit. And I would imagine that her grandchildren and great-grandchildren that are following in her footsteps hopefully will have the similar longevity of life. She was a bright spark. I'd also like to send condolences in particular to son Charles on the death of his mother, Judy Doyle. She was a teacher at the Bermuda High School for many years. She, again, had the lightest spirit. She was always welcoming. Her home was open. She was very supportive of her community there on Woodbourne Crescent, and she will be greatly, greatly missed. And I'd also like to send condolences to the family of George Donald Scott. He is a man that impressed me so much with the legacy of family that he has raised on this island. The family have done very well. There are many successful children who have done great things for this community. He certainly extended, he and his wife extended their home and their support to such a broader community. That was certainly a place where I spent many of my years socializing and getting to know his sons and daughters. And so I just really feel for the family, but I can take comfort and give comfort that he has certainly left a legacy within the community that will have a positive impact on Bermuda for a very, very long time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member.
I associate myself with this.
Minister Birch, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to be associated with the condolences for Mrs. Myrtle Edmonds, Harold Munners, Danny Ferris, and Mr. George Donald Scott, who was a constituent of mine. I'd also like to be associated with the condolences to Mr. Brian Morris, and I think the Deputy Speaker got it exactly right. He never was negative. He was entirely positive, and you could see that he was suffering, but he never shared any of that with anybody that came into his space. We had a session on Monday morning at Ocean View with his family and staff, which is something traditionally done in the ministry. That was really uplifting and moving. I'd also like to offer condolences to the road traffic fatality on Tuesday night, Mr. Jason Simmons. Minister Weeks wants to be associated. He worked for us in waste management, and so I extend condolences to his family. I'd also like to extend condolences across the water to the United Kingdom on the passing of Lady Felicity Langley, who is the widow of our former governor, Major General Sir Desmond Langley, who in my opinion is the last real governor we've had. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to now turn to some congratulations. 2 members of the Ministry of Public Works have recently qualified with the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. In November, it was Daniel Woods, who was one of our trainee estate surveyors. We have 2. And Robert Richardson, who qualified last month, who's been working in the Department of Works and Engineering, helping us with the projects. The challenge now, Mr. Speaker, for us, and I've said this to the staff, is whether we can retain them. We train them, and I wanted to not advertise the fact that they had qualified, because as soon as we do that, that's like an advertisement to those people waiting in the community to come in and pick them off. And I've had that conversation with both of them, that let's talk before you walk.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to? MP Pyramid, you were blocking the young lady who jumped very quickly behind you that time. MP Caesar.
Yes, thank
You
you.
have your
Thank you,
3
Mr. Pyramid,
minutes.
for deferring to me. I appreciate that. I come with heavy heart this morning to give condolences to the family of Mrs. Marita Forbes, who was in my constituency. She was in her 79th year. Ms. Forbes, although she wasn't quite as mobile as she once was a very spirited woman, very opinionated, as she told me, and as she would agree. Whenever I went to visit Ms. Forbes, she wasn't able to come to the door, but she always either would have conversation through the door, or when we were allowed to enter people's homes before COVID, would have me come in and sit down and have a conversation with her. She was quite astute in public affairs and in political affairs, and she was quite strong in her opinions. And so she will be a miss when I'm out doing my canvassing, because it was quite refreshing to have that interchange with her. And so I wish condolences to her only son, Mr. Andrew Forbes. He happens to be overseas, but has given me permission to give the family my condolences today. On a lighter note, I also would like to recognize one of my constituents who turned 94 earlier in last month, Mr. Robert Alger, who was 94. And you would know we are in the year of our Lord 2023, and all those who were born in 1973 will now be having their half innings. Half century innings, I should say. And so I'd like to recognize those people in particular today who have just celebrated their 50th birthdays in the month of January, who are in the constituency of 31, Southampton West Central. And those three people today would be Benjamin Lucas, Nika Jackson, and Stephen Gardner. I will be doing this every month because they are all my contemporaries, and I think I need to recognize them all this year. And then, of course, I'd like to extend my congratulations to my daughter's great aunt, be quiet, my daughter's great aunt, Coralie Trott, who also celebrated her birthday in January. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to make MP Pearman? You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to be associated with the remarks that have been made from both sides of the House in honor and tribute to Gary Pittman, the former member of Parliament and former senator. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that when people die, people try to encapsulate their lives in a few brief words, often completely separate from each other, and yet a consensus of opinion emerges, even though we're expressing disparate views, not connected to each other. When we get together, the same words seem to come out, and they've come out today in relation to MP Pittman from both sides of the House: sincere, generous of spirit, kind spirit, committed to helping people, a gentle giant. I had intended to say this, that I knew him to be a very kind man. He had a quick wit, but it was a kind wit. And most importantly, in my opinion, he did a great deal of good behind the scenes without ever seeking credit for it and without ever crowing about it. And the world would benefit more if there were more people like him who behaved in that such a way, rather than seeking praise for deeds that really need to be done. He also loved politics. I'm not sure he loved the House. I'm told I wasn't over here with him at the House. I'm not sure he loved House. I'm not sure he loved speaking in the House, but he certainly loved politics, and it was a passion of his. And if you bump into him on the street or wherever it may be, he wanted to know what was going on, what was the latest matter that was happening. I would just like to offer my sincere and heartfelt condolences to his family, some of whom are my neighbors, my immediate neighbors, and indeed constituents of mine. And may he rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member? Minister Furbert, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't use all of my 3 minutes, but I also want to be associated with the condolence remarks for Mr. Donald Scott. His daughter Michelle is my constituent. I knew they took really good care for their father, the family of Mr. Donald Scott, as well as Ms. Myrtle Ednis and Gary Pittman and Marita Forbes. Mr. Speaker, also wanting to send condolences to the families of Mr. Barry Hansen, as well as Mr. Stanley Ingham and Mr. Tony Cordero. Mr. Stanley Ingham and Mr. Tony Cordero, I admired how they took much great care of their spouses. And I just want to acknowledge the family and offer my sincerest condolences and support. And just had great admiration for the care that Mr. Stanley Ingham and Tony Cordero gave for their spouses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Is any other member? MP Dunkley, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to the listening public and colleagues here. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off on a bright note and wish my mother a happy birthday today. Well, across all the house, I guess. Mr. Speaker, my mother obviously is a tremendous lady, as all our mothers are. But my father passed very young, and she got right on it and took care of 4 children. 3 of them were tough to deal with. One of them was an angel and was no problem. You can figure out who that was. But happy birthday, Mama. I hope to see you later today. Mr. Speaker, on a sadder note, I'd like to be associated with the condolences to varied people. First, let me start with former MP Gary Pittman. As colleagues have said, that he was a reluctant member of Parliament, but he was a person who was involved in the party for many, many years, and political parties need a soldier like Mr. Pittman. One of the things I remember about him, he was reluctant to speak, but every time he spoke, he must have had some quarters or nickels or dimes in his pocket, and he rattled them. And it was hard to listen to him because he was always rattling his coins. And I think one of the speakers at the time actually made him take his hands out of his pocket for a very brief period. It didn't last for long. But to his family, condolences on the passing of Gary, who was a hell of a gentleman. Mr. Speaker, to my constituent, Tony Cordero, condolences to his family, and I echo what the Honorable Minister said, and members of the House, Susan Jackson, want to be associated as well. We know him for what he did publicly, but what he did privately for his wife and his family certainly is something that I was proud to see, and certainly I enjoyed going around and having conversations with them on their patio. Condolences echoed to former Assistant Commissioner Harold Monis. Member Zane De Silva mentioned that he started in 1959, and he was a constituent of mine for a number of years, and I was afraid to go visit him because I held him in such awe for who he was. But even though he was a police officer, you didn't really want to knock on his door, but you had to knock on his door. And I enjoyed my time in the conversations with him. And condolences to Danny Ferris, who I ran against in the primary. One thing I remember about Danny, how passionate he was, but the strength of his handshake. You better be ready was coming, because you'd lose your wrist down with his handshake. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I ended on this note on purpose to Brian Morris and his passing. He joined us in our Saturday golf group occasionally. And I remember one day he came out not too long ago, and he only played 7 holes because he struggled. But you would never know that he was struggling that day. His attitude and his approach to humans is something that I will never forget, Mr. Speaker. And to Brian, I know you're watching us. I know you're singing for us, and may you rest in peace.
Thank you. Any other member? Opposition whip? You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to join my voice with the chorus to the sad passing of Tony Cordero. I knew him as a young reporter in the newsroom, and I'm sure every journalist in Bermuda, both present and past, not only admired Tony for his forthrightness, his clarity, his stewardship. He always took us young journalists under his wing. He was always fulsome in his critique. And when you were working with him on a story, you knew you had to dot your I's and cross your T's. He was very detailed, and he told more stories in those quick snapshots than I could in 500 words. He was a storyteller, he was a chronicler, and he will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Government whip.
Thank you.
Mr. Tiro, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would be very remiss of me if I did not associate myself with some condolences that have already been expressed. I've received a WhatsApp from one of my persons saying that I would get licks if I don't, so I don't think I want to do that. But I certainly want to associate myself with, firstly, Mr. Vincent Keynes. I knew him as Boxy. I never knew his first name. He was my Sunday school teacher at the Evelyn Pentecostal Church, so he obviously guided me in a way that that you can see what's standing here in front of you today. He was a friend of the family, and you always heard him before you actually saw him. So he was that sort of gregarious type person who certainly will be mixed. The next one is Mr. Gary Pittman. I had a short time with Mr. Pittman on the hotel pension plan board. And having met him earlier than I went on the board, when I was a senator, he actually approached me a couple of times to give me some advice on how I should conduct myself in the Senate. So I found him to be a very good person and certainly knowledgeable on the pension side, which is something that I did in my other life as well. And finally, certainly I want to give condolences to the family of Brian Morris. There is some in-law relationship in my family with him. I was actually the chair of the government golf courses, so I ran into Brian on many occasions on my visits to Ocean View. Always found him to be a very relaxed sort of person. And like every other speaker has said, didn't know for the longest while that he had been sick. I didn't know because he was the sort of guy who just went about life and enjoyed life. So I would certainly like condolences to all three families for those three persons who surely will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there any other member? MP Richardson, you have your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Today is always a heavy heart when we come to recognize those persons who are deceased. But in a strange way, there's also an element of joy, knowing that they celebrated full lives. And in that regard, I will say that I was saddened to attend the service actually for Miss Wanda Painter and her daughter Chandala. It was interesting in terms of you never do that. You know, I mean, how often do you go to a time when it's both mother and daughter being recognized and celebrated at the same time? And as I said earlier, the beauty is that they each led lives that were very, very giving. And so, yes, it was a sad time, but certainly on the other hand, it was a joyous time. And I will go to actually, I think it's number 24, when I speak of joy, because earlier this week also, Miss Joy Warner, she's my aunt. She died. Her husband was James, Uncle James. And another one who lived a very, very full life. She was one of 12 siblings altogether. And I smile because for me, it's all the aunts and uncles, right? And how you get together on those special occasions. And so her daughter actually works in the Premier's office. And so we certainly extend condolences to the entire family. What is a bit strange to me actually is that also with Brian Morris, I did not know him, but he came back to the island on Sunday. And what was amazing is that at first at the airport, there were 3 people. And they came inside and asked a few questions. And before you knew it, that group extended to about 20, easy. All there wanting to have an opportunity to see him. And when he came off the aircraft, notwithstanding his discomfort, he was still responsive. And his wife, all credit to her. Truly, truly amazing. On a somber but truly celebratory note, there's another lady, Miss Elmiria Birch. She died in her 102nd year. And she was actually a family member, my wife's great aunt. And her constituency is in the deputy Walter Rabin. She died at 102nd year. What was amazing though is that through all the time that I saw her, you would never see her disheveled. What I mean by that is if I went to her house early or late, in my mind, she was dressed, well dressed. And so I want to just say thank you.
Thank you for your
to each of those
contribution,
persons.
member.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member? MP, MP Adams? You have your 3 minutes. And that's right. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Now you have your 3
You know the
minutes. You have your
situation,
3
right?
minutes now. Yes.
Exactly. Mr. Speaker, no need to run the clock for me this morning. We'll be quite brief. The first thing I want to do is be associated with the comments of the passing of Mr. Gary Pittman as the current representative of C19. I can speak to the fact that he was a former running mate of my grandfather out in constituency 19. And I can remember him and even constituents today continuously speaking quite highly of him. And I can remember even as a young boy going with my grandfather and going to his office up at Chevron when they would strategize and talk politics and things that they had planned to do within the community. Right? Yeah, exactly. But certainly want to join the Deputy Speaker in sort of his words of how genuine and sincere he was as a man. Mr. Speaker, I also like to be associated with the comments and condolences to the families of Mr. Michael Painter. He was a colleague of mine at the bank for a number of years, and I know him to really be an entrepreneur and hold that entrepreneurial spirit. Any conversations that I had with Mike, it was not just on the status of his current business, but it was always what he planned to do next. And he really represented that entrepreneurial spirit. And so certainly I wanted to send on my condolences to his family. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to end it on a more positive note and send congratulations to Ms. Kendary Burgess on her new role as the COO of BDA. I want to associate myself with MP Jackson and MP Richardson. Ms. Kendary Burgess is certainly a prime example of female leadership in this country, and I certainly wish her all the best in her new position. Thank you.
Thank you, MP. Does any other member wish to make, Deputy Premier, you have your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Many persons recognized this morning, and I'd like to be associated with, but there are a few that I would like to particularly mention, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, Ms. Myrtle, I'm sorry, Ms. Ms. Myrtle Adams, but first I'd like to speak Ms. Amira Birch, who was a constituent of mine, although she ended her wonderful years in another part of the island, but she spent much of all her life was in the North Village area and was a pillar of that community. And her family remains a solid pillar of that community. And certainly her passing was something that I could not give recognition to. And I was honored to be made aware that she had passed and I was able to attend her funeral. Miss Myrtle Edlis, I grew up on South Shore, Warwick, and I remember when she was still running the store right by the roadside as a young boy. She was still, which is now a cycle livery. It's going through a couple of renditions since, but I remember her actually still working in those years when I was a very young person. So always a continuous figure within the Warwick community. She is the aunt of former Premier Dame Jennifer Smith, in case some people did not know. I did have many chances to meet with her and visit her at her home, and her passing will be missed by many, particularly in the Warwick community, without a doubt. Must mention Danny Farias. Danny was a friend, and perhaps some of my appreciation and understanding of Bermuda's environment and fisheries, and certainly conservation, all three topics that Danny was extremely passionate about. As a younger member of the PLP, was fed by his extreme advocacy in that area. So Danny, along with another person that we have already mentioned, Linwood Otterbridge, pillars of the fishing community of Bermuda, and gentlemen who were advocates for their industry in the strongest way. So I'm going to miss Danny a quite bit, and all the attributes that have been mentioned by others about him, and his strong grip and his strong personality and warmness, but courage are all things that were symptom, representative of Danny in so many ways. So we'll miss him. Mr. Stanley Grant in my district also passed recently. So I'd like to recognize him as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Does any other member wish to make a contribution?
Yes, Mr.
MP Famous?
Yes,
You have
Mr.
3
Speaker.
3 minutes.
I wish to associate with Mr. Brian Morris, Mr. Harold Monis, Mr. Danny Ferris. All of these gentlemen come from Devonshire. Mr. Llewellyn Phipps, Green Acres, Vincent Boxer Keynes, Happy Valley, Shane Furbett, Bristol Seal, all from Devonshire. And Miss Esme Steed, she lived in Wellington Backwood, but originally come from Taunton. Mr. Speaker, I want to give congratulations to the staff at the Bermuda Housing Corporation for the completion of a few projects that the public will soon hear about. Congratulations to Mr. Richard Winchell of ABIC on his retirement in service to Bermuda. Congratulations to my cousins, Nakisha Terrell and Cameron Terrell. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Gorham's. They recently made a very large tool donation, let me put that way, not cash, tool donation to the Parish Pride Project for the young people to go about doing the part to beautify our parishes of Devonshire and Smiths. So I just want to ensure that everybody understands, when you go to Gorham's, they do give back. Also, I want to thank SAL, who has donated generously as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to make a contribution at this time? Any other member? None? Well, before we move on, I'd just like to add my name to some of the remarks this morning. And I'm going to start with the remark that was made by MP Keynes this morning when he got on his feet and was recognized some of the birthdays that were in his constituency. One that he named was actually my godmother, Miss Victoria Dolphin. So I'd like to associate my name to his comments in regard to her birthday wishes. And then on a sadder note, I'd like to be associated with condolences that have been expressed to the family of Mr. Clarence Smith. And for those comments that have been expressed already, particularly to the outstanding work that he done on the Somerset Bridge. And his family is very well known in the Sands Parish and close to many of us who are involved in different projects in the Sands community. And we know how loving and daring they were with him, and we feel their loss. Also, to the comments expressed for Mr. Denny Ferris, and much has already been said. And, you know, I was one of those who had interaction with Mr. Ferris on many occasions in different settings that I've had to serve in. And he was always very forthright and sincere about his view on fishing and did Bermuda well. And I would like to, had me start now, so the last person, see? I'd like to be associated with the condolences expressed to the Doors family and the passing of Mrs. Doors, another strong Somerset family, and to those remarks that expressed to the loss of Mr. Gary Pittman. Yes, I remember Mr. Pittman having served in this house, and he was very genuine in his and sincere about his time here. And to the young man, both from the West End, who lost their lives in a recent tragic road accidents, and I'd like to be associated with remarks to those families. And in closing, I'd like to add condolences to the family on the passing of Mr. Alsref Tom Wainwright, very strong Southampton gentleman, and a family member of mine as well. Yes, and I'd like to have his passing acknowledged here. And lastly, to the passing of Mr. Dudley Swan, a former police officer. We mentioned the passing of acknowledged Harold Munnis, but there was also Mr. Dudley Swan, who served in the police force for many years, and he was funeralized recently. And I'd like to express condolences to him as well, and that his wife, his family to us, and my mother and her grew up together as first cousins. So we're very close to the family, and we share in their loss. Thank you. That brings us to a close of the obituaries and condolences this morning. We'll now move on. The next item is the matters of privileges, and there are none. Personal explanations, there are none. Notice of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, there are none. Introduction of bills. There are two bills to be introduced this morning, both in the name of the Minister of National Security. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am introducing the following bills for their first reading, so that they may be placed on order paper for the next day of meeting. The first one is the Fire Safety Amendment Act 2023, and the second one is the Police Amendment and Validation Act 2023.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Next item is a motion for notice of motions. There are none. And then that takes us to the orders of the day. And as you'll see, there is a clean sheet, which now leads us to acknowledging one of two things. Deputy Premier, we can acknowledge that we can go to motion to adjourn from here, or we can take a lunch break at this time. Would you like to go directly to motion to adjourn? Or would you like to take a lunch break at this time? It's now 12:30.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it would behoove me to want to speak for the whole House. Because, I'm sorry. I don't want to seem like I'm dictating what the House should do. What is the view of the House?
Well, I'm
If
prepared.
members wish to go all the. We can go all the way through. I did not want to give the impression as if I was singularly dictating what the House should do, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Mr. Deputy Premier, if that's it, can you move the motion to adjourn?
Tell the honorable member to be quiet, please. He's no longer in this chair. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move that the House to adjourn until the 17th of February.
Thank you. Member, does any member wish to make a contribution on motion to adjourn? The Deputy Speaker, you have your 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government prides itself in removing the red tape for businesses setting up in Bermuda, which should include local businesses. And I believe we have taken the tape off the box, but inside the box is still those oil moving parts, and they move as they want to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think when we decide to remove the red tape and make it friendly for business, I think we fell short in some aspects, because I believe that any person going into business, whether it be young or old for the first time, there should be a tolerance period. A tolerance period for things that entrepreneur may unintentionally do or inadvertently, and they should not be penalized, but they should be assisted to get it right. These things will happen. We have to make it friendly for them to operate in Bermuda. Not to say we remove the red tape, but all the bureaucracy is still there, and they are penalized because they haven't followed the regulations. So I'm calling that for this government to consider a tolerance period for new people in business, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of businesses having problems. I know one business person that has had their goods detained for over 3 months by customs and not even told what supposedly act or regulations that they violated, Mr. Speaker. They eventually release the goods, but now there's another one, and they got these goods for a month so far, Mr. Speaker. When customs do such things, they should let that person know why is these goods being held and the law which they are held under. Because one of the dangerous practices worldwide is, I've got a hunch. It's almost like the fraud department. They've got a hunch so-and-so received $10 or whatever it is, so they start an investigation. To me, that's dangerous. It's almost right now what is in law, and we put it in, that if a policeman thinks that I have drugs on me, that's the thought now, they can search me. That's dangerous, Mr. Speaker, because some abuse that law. The law wasn't intended to do that, but they do it, and they can get away with it, and that poor person is facing legal bills in order to prove that they are innocent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I'm disturbed by even Mr. Thomas in St. George's. I don't know him personally. And earlier last year, he had some problems with some fan. Man, I thought that the planning should have told them, because of the site, the heritage site, what particular fan you need, the specification, and where you can get it from. Well, I thought it was sorted out by my minister, and I know the minister wants these things to go away and let these guys operate. But we have some that think they're in charge even of the minister. Because even come December, the same problem with him, Mr. Speaker. And consequently, he was not able to open his business at Christmas time. And there went jobs for those who want to work. And the place is still closed in a town that is crying for new businesses, Mr. Speaker. This shouldn't happen, regardless of the political affiliation, race, nationality they are from. No one should be faced with those type of problems that they're having, Mr. Speaker. And those things appall me, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, further to that, one that touches home to me even clearly, how a young lady is being penalized by civil servants, I would say. Mr. Speaker, they went as far as to put it in writing, threatening this lady. If she didn't pay these funds by today, they will hold up her shipment, putting her livelihood at risk, having to take her a child. Not only that, some staff members, they didn't care, but they put it in writing. Civil servant. This is not right. We shouldn't be threatening our people. But that same fellow, businessman, whoever they may be, may owe this government hundreds of thousands of dollars. And no penalty, no requirements are put on them, Mr. Speaker. And then they complain how the young folks react. They got a right to react like that, Mr. Speaker, when you treat them like they have been doing, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that's not the only instance. This same particular person trying to get a vehicle, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that's happened for a first time. Other people have the same vehicle and asking for the same what they had. They put her through pure hell, H-E-L-L. No, it's not unparliamentary. You look in Oxford Dictionary, you'll see it. And Mr. Speaker, and they're still putting her through that. Not the wishes of the minister, civil servants. One civil servant even called her father. Mr. Speaker, that's the power they think they have. They think they are above the ministry and the government. Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, when you threaten a person, because I'm not going to let this rest, because it touches me, my blood. I will not let it rest. And they think they're right, then they blackball them throughout the country. Oh, that's so-and-so. Oh, that's so-and-so, so-and-so. Well, all you did is put fire in her, more fire than she had, and certainly my fire never goes out, Mr. Speaker. Civil servants making policies as they go. You won't find anywhere in the code of conduct where you can threaten a taxpayer, a business person, Mr. Speaker, just like they will go after Mr. Jones, who owes $111. He's a truck driver, truck owner. And they say you can't get your truck license until you pay this $111. But my rich cousin, my affluent cousins who earns $1 million, he gets his trucks and vehicles licensed with no penalties, no requirements or anything, Mr. Speaker. This is shameful, as my colleague said behind. Very shameful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we will not tolerate it. We will never, ever tolerate being treated other than the norm, Mr. Speaker. And then you get one person says, oh, those vehicles are illegal. How could a vehicle be illegal and they have a license? The Minister of Transport, as you know, Mr. Speaker, by the law, has the authority to pass and gives persons a license. And you have a learned person talking that foolishness. Mr. Speaker, I can write more and say more, but I won't get this time, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, let me take you to another area. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Butterfield, the bank that we, the government, the Progressive Labor Party government, bailed out to the tune of $200 million Bermudian dollars. They are now kicking people out of the bank and telling them, they're sending them letters. You got to February to get out. And really giving a reason, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not right, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you read their banking code, what they, if I may, Mr. Speaker, if I can read it, this part of it.
Go right ahead.
It says, we understand that trust is critical to our customer relations. We need to do the right thing in order to earn and maintain that trust. And it goes on to say, we are committed to continuously improving and being held accountable. Mr. Speaker, that same bank, when we had the PGA championship in Bermuda late last year, prior to that had invited MP Zane De Silva to the courtesy camp. And he appeared in court on a frivolous charge that will be dealt with later. And they uninvited him. What they really told him, you're guilty. Prove yourself innocent. How could a bank do such stuff, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, those four people that I know of include two premiers of this country. That's not right. And I'm talking premiers in the Progressive Labor Party. I don't know if this has affected others on the other side, but my feelings are the same. It should not be allowed. This company come in here and do that. Mr. Speaker, one thing about those old white boys that earn, and I say white boys respectfully, because that's what they are, they were white, that earned the Bank of Butterfield and the Bank of Bermuda, they knew politics. And regardless, they played their cards basically right. Now we have banks here, and I welcome them because we want foreign investment, because that's what we earn our dollars on, foreign investment, to come in this country. And to come in here, and I don't know if they're getting orders from the FCO or from the largest house on Langton Hill, but why would you pick certain people to be kicked out of your bank when they're not proven criminals? They're born just like you and I. That shouldn't happen, Mr. Speaker. And I'm urging this government to do something about that. That you come in this country, you respect us, Mr. Speaker, because it's bad enough when somebody comes out of Westgate or Casemates. You know what I mean, Mr. Speaker? Yeah. They cannot get a bank account in Bermuda. How do you want these fellows to rehabilitate themselves when they cannot get a bank account in these institutions? The only place they can get some banking services is go around to Union Square at the Bermuda Credit Union. That's the only place that would accommodate them, Mr. Speaker. This is not right. We should not have any business in this country that discriminates against our people. Yes, they went to prison. They served the time. A lot of people go to prison. They're not even guilty because they've been set up by authorities. Yes, we do have bad policemen too, and good ones. And I would think that most of our policemen are good ones. But a lot of our people went to prison, not guilty. Didn't have the money to have a defense to prove their innocence, Mr. Speaker. And we shouldn't have banks coming here after being released and continuing the sentence. You come out, you can't get a bank account, but you must have, I must have go back in prison. Because at least any money I earn in the bank, they keep it for you and they give it to you when you come out. That's what really they're doing. They're saying, no, go back to prison. That's where you belong, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am asking that this government, we must do something to kick 4 people out. They are uninvited MP to attend because of what appeared in the papers. You cannot be the judge, jury, and prosecution. And I think that bank is being run by a Bermudian, Mr. Speaker. And we cannot, and I shall not rest on this one. I don't care who you are. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And I'll fight you to the end. And I'm hoping the others will join in the fight, because this shouldn't happen to any of our citizens, Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Any other member? MP Richardson, you have your 20 minutes.
Good afternoon again to you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleagues and those in the listening audience. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do my best to be very careful and deliberate in what I say, but I do want members to respectfully listen. Because, Mr. Speaker, I do rise today to notify this honorable House of my disappointment with the Premier and Minister of Finance and my political colleague, the Honorable David Burt. Now, why would I say such a thing? I see people turning now, but I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, I believe, and obviously am part of the PLP team, and I believe that when requests are made, they should be honored. But the Honorable Premier, Minister of Finance, in his own decision, told me no. He knows that I am very disappointed, not happy, but I will soldier on. Correct. The issue is, what in the world is MP Richardson talking about? Now listen carefully. I did the unthinkable. I asked the Premier for a personal loan, a $2 million loan. Why? Mr. Speaker, I was informed by a video clip that the net worth of the Premier, David Burt, exceeds $40 million. Get in line is right. But Mr. Speaker, my disquiet was only ameliorated this morning when I saw that he had issued a clarification that clearly that information was not correct. Mr. Speaker, of course, I am being facetious. What was interesting was that he did go to the same website and wrote to them and asked them for a correction, and they did give a correction. However, you have to read through the detail to understand where is the actual apology and correction. Now, realistically, everybody, where am I going with this? Mr. Speaker, there was an article, and I did speak during the last session, by the way, about media bias. There was an article, Mr. Speaker, that said that 83% oppose becoming independent in Bermuda. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, part of the comments read thus.
Go ahead.
Recently, David Burt has made numerous public comments about the possibility of Bermuda becoming a sovereign state. When asked if residents support or oppose Bermuda securing the sovereignty from the United Kingdom, a strong majority of residents, 83%, were in opposition, while only 10% were in support and 7% were unsure in this regard. Big headline. And what made it worse is that other reporters picked up on that and carried it through, to the point that now many of us believe that 83% of the population oppose independence. Mr. Speaker, if I said to everybody that based upon the recent leadership campaign within the PLP, that Bermuda, 63% of Bermudians believe that David Burt should remain as premier, many will be up in arms. Now, where am I going with that? In the same article that was in the paper, toward the bottom of it, the exact same thing, what it read, and again, Mr. Speaker, if you would indulge me.
Continue.
It says at the very bottom, the results presented in this document were collected from Narrative Research Bermuda's proprietary online panel of adult residents, Bermuda Voice. Per industry standards, a margin of error cannot be ascribed to online survey results. What does that mean? It means that the information cannot be relied upon.
Not accurate.
But what happens? We have a blazing headline, and we all think that this is now correct, not realizing that, guess what, at the very bottom, it says cannot be relied upon. And so what we have now, again, is an example whereby the media, in this case, chose to report information that was not accurate. Mr. Speaker, you may know that I am an accountant by profession for many, many years now. We have this concept that is called representational faithfulness. What that means is when you convey information, it should accurately represent or show or provide information about what is intended. In this instance, this is clearly not the case because, yes, the information that they had did show 83%, all those kind of things, but they know that it is not being representationally faithful because the results themselves cannot be relied upon. And I use the comparison again because if we look at the PLP leadership results, guess what? Yes, David Burt did get 63% of the votes. But that's based upon the PLP delegates. And it is not correct to then take that and say, guess what? Based upon the delegates' vote, Bermuda is in the same sense. And what happens, of course, is that people would easily say, well, Anthony, David Burt is not wanted by 63%, but they will not take the same energy and time to realize that what's being reported in the paper is not actually accurate. I did say also at the last seating that this whole idea around independence, right, is not being handled appropriately, correctly, or any of those positive words. We will still say that even in 95, when we had the independence referendum, that those results represent Bermuda, and they don't. And this is why. The UBP were the proponents of the referendum, if you will, but Sir John Swan himself has said publicly that even he did not support the referendum, but he did it to honor others who had joined the UBP at that time. On the PLP side, similarly, for various reasons, and I think you will be aware of some of those details, there was not the support, not so much not support for independence, but not support for the referendum at that time because of how it was being proposed and the potential, if success, that Sir John Swan and the UBP would not be able to properly represent Bermuda in that context. And so therefore, we still do not have a genuine representation of the degree to which Bermudians will or will not support independence. But more fundamentally, when it was laid in the House by both by AG Kathy Simmons, but also spoken to by the Premier. The idea now is to get us to a point whereby we can have a proper conversation, an informed conversation, so we can make better decisions. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? This is not about independence. This is not about the Premier or AG or any individual person. It's about having good, genuine information in the media and also encouraging all of us to take more time to understand the context of the information that is being presented and what is the intended narrative. It is very important. But I'll speak to the minister as it's now moving through to change or to adjust our education system. One of the things we have to teach us, our children, is critical thinking. When we read, go further to understand the context of the information, and sometimes it's as simple as understanding who wrote it and what is the intent. Mr. Speaker, I'm smiling now in my mind because when it came to this whole idea of this report, if you will, the comment was that they chose it from the EARN panel. And I think the number was like 219 people that they used, but there is no indication as to who they are. They're definitely not independent. And so it almost comes to a stage now whereby all the work that's done by this company is discredited. It's like anybody, if someone continuously, quote unquote, lies, it's difficult then to believe them when they're telling the truth. And so that, in my mind, is the challenge with this article now and this company, because we cannot rely upon their so-called research. Mr. Speaker, and I'm mindful that I believe there's a Royal Gazette reporter in the room, but it also speaks to what happens sometimes in the daily paper, whereby they would have a quote-unquote survey, and then they'll report the survey results. And I would say again that what they report is accurate, but they know again it is not representationally faithful, because that is not in any way, shape, or form an indication of the general population. But yet they do it repeatedly. And then again, we and the general public feed off of that and say, yes, this is what it is. And we know it is not correct. So, Mr. Speaker, let me go back a bit. Because even in this context of the Premier having this quote unquote significant personal worth, let's assume that it was correct. So what? So what? I will look at you, Mr. Speaker, and intentionally not look around the room, because even if he was wealthy, I would venture to guess that he would not be the most wealthy member in the chamber. He would not be the most wealthy member in the chamber. And so again, we have to think through, what is this narrative? What is the intent? And so I say to all of us to be mindful. And I accept that right now, the body language on some of this opposite are somewhat skeptical. But guess what? It is the Premier now, but it could be anybody next, even for those on the opposite bench. And right now, only because you are in my direct eyesight, MP Richardson, I'm not referring to you for sure, but I am just saying to you that we have to be very mindful of all these things. And so, Mr. Speaker, the idea of this continuous negative narrative is dangerous for a lot of different reasons. One of which is that it causes us to not focus on what is. Mr. Speaker, I will briefly now refer to my honorable colleague, MP Jason Hayward, who does an incredible job, in my opinion, in terms of putting out lots of financial related data about Bermuda. One of those things was a regular reporting, obviously not collected by him, but a regular reporting of the CPI or cost of living in Bermuda. And there is an intent, I believe, to muddy the waters in terms of what he presents. And so I want to commend you, Minister, to keep on pressing with what you do and to encourage the general public to listen to what the facts are. Obviously, ask questions to clarify, but let's make sure that we avoid the narrative. And one of those things that caused me some significant concern, to be honest, is that Bermuda's economy is different from what is in the US, both in terms of size and what we do and all those kind of things. And it is not correct to say that Bermuda's inflation should mirror what is in the US or elsewhere. Yes, there may be a trajectory, if you will, in terms of moving in the same direction, but it does not mirror. And in my mind, what I'm remembering is that even in the daily paper, right, there was an article some time ago that said that the cost of bringing a container to Bermuda had risen to $25,000. That is not correct as a general statement. But I was surprised because nobody challenged that. Now, yes, there is a significant increase in the cost of a container coming from Europe across to the US and then to Bermuda. Yes, that's correct. But there is no way that a container is going to cost you $25,000 to come from the US to Bermuda, where a majority of our goods come from. But we tend not to challenge these things. And I think it's important right now in the context of the budget's going to be delivered in the next, I think, 2 weeks now, February 17. And so hopefully we're going to be at a point whereby we are prepared to ask questions, and ask more questions so we can be clarified. But let's not get caught up in the unnecessary narrative. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think I will tread on somewhat dangerous ground as I conclude in this whole idea of narrative. And I'll say this. There was a meeting held last week, Thursday, and I woke up in the morning and I said, oh, wow, it's about tourism. And my honest comment was, oh, no, why wasn't I invited? So I respectfully crashed the event, but I crashed it in terms of, Mr. Minister, is it okay for me to come? And obviously I went through the process and the answer was yes. It was intended in my mind, well, it was advertised actually as a closed door meeting. And so to my honorable colleagues, you can imagine my surprise when I saw an article, I believe today is maybe on Wednesday, that spoke about what was believed to be the intent or the real theme of what happened that day. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm like, what is happening? Because I thankfully was there. And so, because there was that article, there was a report on the news yesterday, I will say this. One of the great takeaways from the meeting was the fact that the hotels are reporting a broad occupancy in the 75% range. And yet many visitors, when they're coming to Bermuda, are told there are no rooms available. So therefore, they don't come. And what was remarkable, and the president of the Hotel Association talked about this last night on the TV actually, is that there is actually a move to better coordinate notification of available rooms. That seems to me, Mr. Speaker, to be a tremendous benefit because we know that airline lift is tied to available rooms. And so if that group concluded that it's necessary to work together, then that is something that should be highlighted. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I'll go back to where I started. And that is that I wanted to learn. And the Premier told me no. But the beauty of it, of course, is that this idea, this narrative of trying to pull down the leadership, and I mean leadership broadly, is ridiculous. And yes, I understand we are politicians and things will be intended, but Mr. Speaker, this is absolutely atrocious for us if we understand where we are. Very last comments, which people have heard me say before. We can be collectively in a small boat off of Devonshire Dock. It can be me, Honorable Cannoneer, Honorable Simons, anybody. And guess what? The boat springs a leak. At that point in time, we aren't going to fight. We are going to make a decision that's going to be one person bail and one person road. Because at that point in time, we have to get back to shore. And that's where we are. Bermuda has sprung a leak, however you want to define it, and we in this chamber collectively need to realize that it's all about us together. And so my appeal is let's get it together, especially as we approach this financial discussion that will take place over the next several weeks about the national budget, the national finances, and how we are going to collectively move together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to make a contribution? Any other member? MP Dunkley, you have your 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a interjection in this debate tonight because for the first 19 minutes of the honorable member who just spoke before me, I believe from constituency number 7, he kind of lost me. And for the last minute, he got me because we do need to come together and row in the right direction, but we need to decide what that direction is going to be. But Mr. Speaker, I was sent that video that the honorable member spoke about when he started. I was sent that video, I don't know, whether it was Wednesday night or whatever. And when I first pushed play, I looked at how long it ran for, and I thought, I'm not going to waste this amount of time in my life looking at it. But then I was intrigued because I've seen these type of videos before. They happen quite frequently in the political world. And Lord knows I haven't figured out what the intent or what the goal is. So I listened to this one to see who might come up. And after I listened to it and watched it, I replied back to the person, if you can't see that this is BS, abbreviation, then I can't help you. The video came back over and over again to people and said, you seen this, you seen this? And, you know, I could have done the political thing and I could have gone back and said, wow, that's unbelievable. But I kept going back and saying, come on, it's not real. This is as false as you could get for many reasons. One, they provided no wherewithal of how they came to those numbers. I know all 10 of those people in the video from my being blessed to be in politics and circulate. I sat on a panel with one of those persons. I've met all 10 of those people. They provided no background of how they came to that. They provided no evidence of where they got their information from. And it just stunk to me, Mr. Speaker. And I'm speaking for two reasons here tonight. Disappointed this afternoon, disappointed that we even got onto this, but mostly disappointed that there would be people in our community who would actually believe that type of stuff. It shows you the serious challenges we have as a community, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not trying to make any enemies out of this, but Mr. Speaker, the politics of the PLP, I don't always agree with. And I think people have known that through my political career. But when we stoop to this low and we just want to go somewhere, we're saying what somebody's worth, whether it's good or bad. This video wasn't a good video. So it was a poor intent. And Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reasons why we find it so difficult, the royal we, in politics, getting people involved, because they don't want to put up with that. They say to me, and I'm sure all colleagues on both sides of the house quite often, I don't know how you do it. I don't know why you do it. But we do it because we love a country. I did it And I do it because I wasn't going to be an armchair quarterback ever. If I'm going to speak, I'm going to try to do something about it, especially in a small community where you know one end of the island to the other, and you see so many people that you know and you love and you like, and you feel you can make a contribution. But for this type of stuff, we have to do better, Mr. Speaker. So I'm glad that that video has been amended, but that trash should be taken down. And I believe we have an oversight committee that deals with something like this, a public committee. We should find out the root of where it came from and stop it. Because as I said, this is not the first time. And Lord knows we have enough differences between us in finding the direction that we want to go. We don't need to put something else there. So, Mr. Speaker, on the motion to adjourn tonight, this afternoon, the honorable member lost me for 19 minutes because I wouldn't even have raised it. But then I started to think, wait a second, maybe we have more people than I ever believed who would believe this stuff and talk about it and think something about it. Unbelievable. And when somebody questioned me on the street today, he said, well, so-and-so, if he doesn't have that much type of money, I'd like to know how much you got. Well, what difference does it make to you? Our lives are public. Yeah, we can do better with a member of registers interest and stuff like that, but our lives are public. You can ask these type of questions. You can get an answer. But really, what people want to know is they want to try to find something bad on each and every one of us to pull us down. And we need to be able to answer to the questions that are legitimate, and we need to face up to the challenges that we currently face as individuals, Mr. Speaker, because we're being counted on to make very difficult decisions in a country that's going in a very poor direction right now with the strength, the lack of strength of our economy, the lack of airlift in our economy, the lack of, and I would expect the government to say that we lost me now. But you know, if you're going to listen to me quietly for 6 minutes, you also got to listen to the reality we're in. Our economy's struggling. And if members on the other side are going to say we're doing okay, well, then we got
Point of
another
order,
problem,
Mr.
Mr.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Point of
If the
order.
member's going to rise to the floor and say our economy is struggling, he needs to present the facts that support that.
Mr. Speaker, while I ask the general public, we can do a poll right now. We can do a legitimate poll right now of 50,000 people, we can get them. And Mr. Speaker, those people would say our economy is struggling. Youth unemployment, Mr. Speaker. The high cost of living, Mr. Speaker. The rising cost of goods in this island, the rising cost of inflation in this island, the lack of tourists in this island, the lack of air capacity in this island, the failed promises of opening the Hamilton Southern Princess, which is our biggest hotel, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member wants me to talk about the positives, Mr. Speaker. And the honorable member is probably a little bit touchy because he's probably getting pressure every day. And I understand and I accept that with the challenges we face, Mr. Speaker. But if we're going to row in the same direction, we need to know how hard we have to row, Mr. Speaker. And the country's struggling. More people are leaving Bermuda than I've ever seen in my lifetime. If you just go listen to people, you go listen to people talk about it. Mr. Speaker, if these guys want the facts, their heads in the sand, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members' heads are in the sand. This country is not going in a positive direction, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I stand to speak tonight, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, because we waste our
Point
time,
of order, Mr.
Mr.
Speaker. The
Point of
member
order.
is misleading the House. The government has met with international business. The government has met with local business through the Chamber of Commerce. We collectively agree that the economy is on a good trajectory and that we are not heading in a recession.
Point taken.
Well, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, therein lies part of the problem. And you know, the honorable minister who just spoke, I give the honorable minister full credit because he is very energetic. The honorable member has met with the bodies that he mentioned. And I give him credit for that. But I tell you right now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know more about those meetings. What are the concerns raised? Is the international business comfortable with the changes that have been mooted within as far as payroll tax goes, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to do with the economy, Mr. Speaker. Well, but herein lies the problem. The strength of Bermuda right now is international business. I think we can both agree on that. The honorable member says correct. If the strength is international business and that entity, that broad entity, has a challenge with something going forward, and that entity is hiring people all over the world, and that entity has the opportunity to hire people in the multiple jurisdictions where they have businesses, because quite often in the international business here, they have offices all over the world. If they're uncomfortable in one place, it's likely they will hire in other places, Mr. Speaker. One of the challenges we face is immigration, and the honorable minister knows the challenges we face. We need more mass in Bermuda. At the same time, and it's quiet, so I assume there's agreement there. At the same time, with the more mass, we need to be more efficient in Bermuda. The honorable member from constituency 6 talked about efficiencies, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm frustrated to listen tonight that the debate in the most important chamber in Bermuda has to deal with a video that did nothing but to try to move people apart when we have a challenge coming back together all the time, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, our debate should be talking about the big issues that face us. And we're going to have ample time over the next couple of weeks. And I know members on the government side are quite upset at what I'm saying tonight. And they say it ain't true. And all those members, I will print out the handset when it becomes available here, and I will publish it in the Royal Gazette to show members of the public what government thinks. They're living with rose-tinted glasses, Mr. Speaker. And facts, their own facts, which are not truthful, Mr. Speaker. It can't be, because we face real challenges here in Bermuda. How can we be comfortable with the direction we go in when you have a hard time getting a flight
Point of
to
order,
and from
Mr.
Bermuda,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Point of
How
order.
can we be comfortable?
Point of order.
Just for one practical example, the member is misleading the House. One of the leading realtors was on TV this week talking about how robust the real estate industry has been. The real estate industry is our second largest sector within our economy. The international business sector is the largest sector within our economy. The international business sector had the largest growth in 15 years.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Every time the honorable minister interjects, he gives me another opportunity, Mr. Speaker. And what about the opportunity for Bermudians to buy a first home? Yes, the government has tried to make some inroads there, and there's some policies that have some hope. But, Mr. Speaker, the price of real estate in Bermuda is going up and up and up and up, and it's becoming less and less affordable. The honorable member says, and so are the interest rates. Well, that's a factor of the times, Mr. Speaker. And when all this comes in, interest rates going up, it doesn't bode well for Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, because what about the alarming level of government debt that we have? And we're going to have to pay more to furnish that. So, Mr. Speaker, I have spoken tonight, this afternoon, and what has it highlighted? It's highlighted the fact is, the honorable member says it's highlighted, Mr. Speaker, it's highlighted the fact that I don't know economics. Well, you know what? That comment from the honorable minister is like water off a duck's back, because he's speaking from frustration. My record will speak for itself, and I'm not going to talk about it to anybody else. I don't blow my own trumpet, Mr. Speaker. I serve for the people. And if I don't know economics, Mr. Speaker, then Bermuda should just invest in crypto and get out of all our problems, Mr. Speaker. Now, who wants to support that? Who wants to support that, Mr. Speaker? Because it's been a bust, Mr. Speaker. I stand here more concerned than when I rose 13 minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, because the government thinks that we are going in the right direction. And our economy is moving forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member says, is it not? And I will say a resounding no, Mr. Speaker. If we don't boost air capacity, if we don't build friendships with
Point of
people
order,
who
Mr.
can
Speaker.
change the community, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
The honorable member is misleading the House. He's making it seem as though the air service development challenges that are being faced by Bermuda are unique to Bermuda and Bermuda alone. You have airlines that are pulling out of key destinations in the United States, Caribbean, Europe, Latin America, South America, all over the world, and they're all having challenges. So don't sit here and say that the air challenges and the air service challenges that we are facing are solely Bermuda's to face, and it's solely that of the responsibility of the government of Bermuda,
Thank you, Mr.
because
Speaker.
I have to remind them that they also put air service development, the OBA put air service development responsibility in the hands of Skyport when they signed over our airport and privatized our airport. And on that same year, we lost more seats in that 1 year than we have in the last 5.
Mr. Speaker, obviously another interruption and frustration that has no merit. I never said we were the only jurisdiction facing struggling airlift. But we are one jurisdiction with struggling airlift, Mr. Speaker. We don't even have a direct flight to Boston. One of the most important markets for Bermuda, where we launched a lunch truck earlier in the year, a pink lunch truck to try to bring Bermuda.
Point of order, Mr.
Perhaps
Speaker.
we should drive that lunch truck to New York and see if we can get.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member is misleading the House. Between 2012 and 2017, we did not have annual direct service to Boston, and that was under the OBA.
Mr. Speaker, the former transport minister is trying to offset my flow, Mr. Speaker. But I stand here now. I stand here now to say that the air service to Bermuda is very poor. And I know if the Minister of Transport was here, he would speak and he would agree. And he'd say we need to do better. Now we're losing the American flight through the summertime period, Mr. Speaker. We're losing the American flight through the summertime period, Mr. Speaker. And what's also interesting about it is, as we face a tourism crisis, because the Honorable Premier, unfortunately, who's not here today, has made so many promises about Fairmount Southampton, and none of them to this point have come to reality, Mr. Speaker. Just in the last session, the Honorable Premier said it would open up on questioning. I believe it was our last day in the House, that it would open up in the first quarter of 2024. Well, it would open up as a Howard Johnson said, it's going to get open that quickly because it'd be a liquor coat and clean the windows. It's the only thing that's going to happen. But we need to stop promising and start delivering, because until we change that hotel, get those beds open up again, air service is going to be difficult for us, Mr. Speaker. And the airlines aren't pulling out, as it was said by the minister, that they've had to restructure their routes because of staffing and things like that. No, Mr. Speaker. Money goes, yes, but they're just trying to be nice to us, Mr. Speaker. Money goes where the path of least resistance. Those flights are flying full to the Caribbean. Those flights are flying full to Mexico. Those flights are flying full to Cabo, Mr. Speaker. Those flights are not flying to Bermuda. I've never heard so many silly interjections in my time in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. We face a real challenge. We face a real challenge, and members are trying to say that it's not there. And until members step back a little bit, because I appreciate the job they're trying to do in very difficult circumstances, Mr. Speaker, but until we understand what we're facing, that our airlift is terrible, and here we are going to restructure the BTA in the middle of a tourism challenge. We're going to restructure the BTA. Maybe that's why we have part of the problem. How many CEOs have we gone through under the PLP? 4 or 5, Mr. Speaker? We're looking for a 4th or 5th CEO on the BTA?
Point of order,
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
that's
Speaker.
their job.
Point of order.
The member is intentionally misleading the House because there's no restructure going on at the BTA. They're in a search for a CEO. That's not a restructure.
Point taken.
Well,
Member.
you're entitled to your opinion. I disagree. We're looking for a new advertising agency too, Mr. Speaker. I think we're looking for a new advertising agency. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of change right there, Mr. Speaker. That interjection from the tourism minister, who, you know, he better keep working hard, because things are real difficult now, Mr. Speaker. But see, when Bermudans step back and look at all these facts, they're going to listen to what the government says. They're going to listen, as the honorable member said, talking foolishness. If he thinks the general public believe that, Mr. Speaker, well then, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. We face a real challenge, And the reality is that Bermuda is not going in the right direction. And if we are going in the right direction, as government believes we are, we need to pick it up, Mr. Speaker, because youth unemployment is low. There's concerns about the economy in broad sections across it. Our major support base in international business has some challenges with some changes government's talking about, Mr. Speaker, and we need to do better. Now, the Honorable Minister says we'll continue to talk, and I'm pleased to see that. I've given the Minister credit for that. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, it's all not rose-tinted glasses, as this government says. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Does any other member? Honorable Member De Silva, you have your 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I had a few things I wanted to talk to this House and the people of the country about today, but I feel that I have to respond to some of the comments made by the member that just took his seat. And he said that, you know, he finished off by saying we better stop looking through rose-colored glasses. Let's remind the members in this House, and that honorable member in particular, we just come through 2.5 years of COVID. And we will have challenges. Yes, we will. Like many countries are having challenges. So we're no exception. And he could talk about airlift. He could talk about the lack of hotels. It's nothing new. We know we need more lift. We know we need more development in this country. Just like they knew they needed development in this country. That's why they put this Bermuda taxpayer in this country, they put the taxpayers into $210 million worth of debt with Morgan's Point. Yeah, it's crickets. And and the honorable member Dunkley just said we're solutions. He stood up for 20 minutes. He stood up for 20 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I didn't make that interjection. Somebody else made it, so get your facts correct. I never made that, but you do need solutions. There's no doubt about that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, he was telling us just now how Minister Hayward gets touchy. Look how touchy he got. The honorable member Dunkley, former premier, done a great job. That's why they removed you.
Mr. Speaker, could he repeat
Excuse me, is that a point of order? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you see, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the honorable member for 20 minutes. Talk about airlift and hotels, blah, 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 blah. I ain't heard a solution yet. I thought that honorable member said that he liked the way that MP Richardson talked about us rowing the boat together. And he got up and chastised us for 15 out of his 20 minutes. But I didn't hear one solution about let's row together and let's do this together. Not one. Not one. You put him in cabinet, he says, he had 5 years. The country had enough for you and threw you out. So you won't be going back in cabinet in a hurry, trust me. You're not in cabinet, though. Now, Mr. Speaker. Hey, the honorable member Jackson says neither am I. Well, neither are you, sweetheart.
Comments. Let your comments flow this way.
And I'm not in cabinet because of choice. Let's get that straight. For choice. That's right. So now, Mr. Speaker, let me just finish a couple of things the honorable member said. See, and this is how stuff happens in this country. This is why you talk about negativity. He's saying no hotels, no airlift. But he talks about negativity. The BTA is in my words, in a shambles, the restructuring. Mr. Speaker, he should make an apology to the minister and to the government and the people of this country for making that statement. Because you know what? Sometimes this news hits international papers and international people. But he said the BTA is totally restructuring because we place an ad for an advertising agency. Really? Does Dunkley's do any advertising agent? Do they do any advertising? Do they use the same person week in and week out, year after year after year? For that matter, does my company do it? No. Now and then we have to look at other avenues. Sometimes contracts run out. If an advertising agency's contract run out, does that mean all of a sudden we're in shambles and we're restructuring? Can't keep the top guy. Now, there's another point he talks about. Can't keep him? Who said we wanted him? Sometimes top guys leave, and sometimes top guys are made to leave. Well, look at the top guy. You had your top guy, Mr. Kennedy, you made him leave. Let's talk about that. That's not true. If he's not the premier anymore, he's not the premier anymore. He's the one that had a front page article saying how he was corned. The PLP didn't corn him out of resigning. Let's not forget that. Oh, it's not making up. I'll bring in shirt to you. I got the clippings. If I'd have known we were going here today, I'd have bought that article. In fact, wait a minute, I might even have it. But I ain't going to spend time. I am going to bring it, honorable member, and I'm going to read it to you in particular. And the honorable former Premier Canada knows, because I'm sure he remembers that interview, where he said that, no, he won't point of order me because he knows I'm correct. And I'm going to show you the article. I'll bring it next week. I just didn't bring that file with me today. But I'll bring it in 2 weeks. No. See, the Honorable Member Richardson, I thank you for bringing that today. And the Honorable Member Dunkley said, it's wondering where you're going with. Why are we wasting time talking about it? Actually, it's not a waste of time. Because you see, what people are trying to do is paint our premier maybe of being crooked. How could a 40-year-old accumulate $47 million in his lifetime? Maybe that's the indication. Or did he steal it? You see, that's the thing. And that's the story that continuously gets painted. You all might remember, there was another one going around about our premier, about he owns a house in Turkestan. There's another one about our former premier, Cedar Beams in his house. The list goes on and on and on. And that's why I'm glad you bought it, MP Richardson. Because the premier is not here to defend himself. But that's the thing. It may seem small to former Premier Dunkley, but it's the continuous picture that's painted in this country against those that sit on this side of the house. And it's been happening long before I came into politics, and I would suggest it's going to happen long after, to those that wear green and white. Now, one of the things that Minister Jason Hayward said during that little debate was that we have been having meetings with the Chamber of Commerce and International Business. The Honorable Member Dunkley said, well, I'd like to know more about those meetings. Well, you know why that doesn't happen sometimes, Mr. Speaker? We invited 2 members of the opposition to go to a meeting last week. Row in the boat together. Let's send them an invite. What happens a day or 2 later? Articles in the newspaper talking about we don't know what the heck we're doing. Right? So, well, get on point of order me or speak to it at motion to adjourn and say that you didn't say that. But what was disappointing is that the members opposite get invited to a meeting, and then the first thing they do the next chance they get is run to the press.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order?
Yes, the member's misleading the House. The government released a press release with our names printed in bold. And this secret meeting then became public. And so people would come and ask us questions, and we gave as fair an answer as we could. So don't even begin to think that that was some secret meeting, and then they release a press release with our names on it.
I want the honorable members. I want the honorable members to deny the fact that they said that we don't have a plan. No. The honorable members who attended that meeting, the honorable opposite members, said that the ministers do not have a plan. So I don't hear a point of order on that. That's what I'm saying. They get invited to a
point of order,
Point
Mr.
of order.
Speaker. I'll correct the member. Point of order. The purpose of the meeting was to try and put a plan together. They don't have a plan. No plan.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
And clarification, we were the ones who has said, don't say anything. We couldn't say anything as OBA
Point of order.
MPs, but there was a PLP MP who got to say something in the meeting. It's just nonsense.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
It's supposed to be a secret
One sec,
meeting.
one sec.
A secret meeting. No secret meeting.
Okay.
The minister went out and publicized everything. We gave the facts to what we saw and what was said. Only facts.
Okay, you made your
That
point.
was all was said in the article. Facts.
Made your point. You have
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The government and the country has a plan. It's called the National Tourism Plan. That is the plan for tourism. And there's also an air service development plan. Both are currently in train. Both are currently being acted on, and both are currently have different phased approaches. So there is a plan, and it is public knowledge.
Okay. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm on my feet, and with your indulgence, I'll read the article. The article is dated November the 18th, 2017. And Mr. Cannonier quotes, "I was tricked over Jetgate." So there's your evidence. You want me to read the rest of it? Because I can go through it, you know. So don't say that it didn't happen. You said, the Honorable Member Cannonier said he was tricked. So I'll rest that case.
Members.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of
Let's
order.
get this clear. The honorable member had his members colluding with OBA members to do a completely wrong thing with no facts. No facts. What members? Listen, I'm not in the business of destroying families, all right? They might want to try and destroy my family, but I'm not in the business of giving up information to destroy families. If they want to go there, believe me, the police already know.
That's fine. Wait a minute, members. Members, we've been away from this. Members, we've been out of this chamber for a period of time. This is our first day back, and there's no need for us to let this deteriorate to a level. Members, they let it deteriorate to a level where it becomes a personal exchange back and forth the floor. We're here in the best interest of this country, whichever side you sit on. And I ask that you raise the level of conversation to reflect that. Because those who elected you to be here aren't interested in personal tune throws back and forth to this floor. They're interested in hearing a meaningful debate that will raise the country to where we need to be going. And I asked all members to be reflective of that in their conversations, because you're not talking to yourselves. You're talking to a public who's listening, and a public who expects to hear an adult conversation that's addressing how we improve the lives of those who elected us to be here. Personal attacks does not address that. Personal attacks does not take the country forward. Personal attacks is not what we were sent here to do. Debate as those who elected you to come here expect you to, and that's in the interest of the country, first, foremost, and always.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't agree with you more. Now, Mr. Speaker, now that we've clarified that, I'm gonna go right here. I've got 7 minutes left. Maybe I have 8. Maybe the speaker will give me that minute.
Clock's ticking.
Okay. All right. Mr. Speaker, there was an article in the Royal Gazette this morning about the former commissioner, Police Commissioner Stephen Corbishley. And I told a couple of my colleagues this morning that someone must have been reading my mind, because I was going to talk about it today. I would like to know, and of course the public information officer, right, has said that she's not going to be giving up any information on this as per a petty request. How can a position as high as that of Commissioner of Police resign as quickly as he did, abruptly as he did, and there's not been a peep? Why is that? Something is drastically wrong. And his boss was the one that dropped the inquiry into the alleged gross misconduct by this former police commissioner. My question is, who is the one deciding that this is not in the greater public interest? We in this House should all be concerned, and we should all have answers to the question why the former commissioner of police, who had an inquiry ongoing about gross misconduct, abruptly leaves the island and the inquiry stops. Not a peep. We in this House should all be concerned. Not a dicky bird. Not a dicky bird. So, Mr. Speaker, I will watch that space, and I think that every member in this House should be calling for some answers. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's another article in the Royal Gazette. I know it's bad. It's bad for you, isn't it? Mr. Speaker, there's another article that the three chief objectives to development in this country were quoted in. And that's BEST, Bermuda Environmental Sustainability Task Force, Bermuda National Trust, and Bermuda Audubon Society. Every time there seems to be a developer or a Bermudian that wants to do something in this country that just might help the economy of the country, it seems like they poke their head up above the hedge and say no. And I'm referring in particular to the South Shore project next to the Bermudiana Hotel, where it's a proposed 56-unit residential hotel. We just talked about, the Honorable Member Dunkley just talked about what are we doing. Well, if I was the planning officer, I'll say get cracking, get it up right now. Go ahead, get started. That's what I would do. And of course, they're going to have some commercial space in this building. But you read articles like this, and it really makes you wonder. Stuart Hayward and I hooked many times before he passed, Mr. Speaker, about this very same thing. You might remember there's a huge objection to St. Regis. And it goes all the way back on this particular property. Some will remember Four Seasons, Ritz-Carlton, right? We have to stop saying no in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again. If you ask me to choose between a tree and a job, I'm taking the job for my people. And every time I give them a job, I'll plant 4 trees somewhere. We have to stop saying no in this country. And one of the things they say on here, look at the headline, Mr. Speaker, and I could table it. Building project will lead to cliff erosion. Seriously? Ask Grant Gibbons that. He's got a house right on South Shore. I went down there and done some work for him a couple of years ago. That's right. You know why? Because we're good at what we do. That's why. That's right. But what I'm saying is, if you go from Somerset all the way down to Tucker's Town, Mr. Speaker, you will see houses all along the coastline. And those that are eroded, they're from natural causes. And guess what? And I'll declare my interest. I've done a lot of that foreshore work, and I'm sure I'll do many more. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, South Shore is made up of formations that will be subject to erosion because of our water and our weather and our hurricanes. What you have to do is you have to deal with it. But let's stop saying no to development every time we turn around. Every time we turn around, there's an objection. White Sands, another one. I saw that today or yesterday. Another one. The place is sitting up there, falling to pieces. You have a group of people that want to develop it, and we're saying no. I haven't heard that about Azure. I haven't heard nothing about the reefs. Now, I ain't had facts speaking of the reefs. Now, don't go there with me. That's it. That's right. It used to be in my constituency, right? He built all along that cliff face. And not only that, he had a crane in the road, not mine. He had a crane in the middle of the road, one lane traffic for about a year. I'll tell you what, if it would have been somebody looked like us, we wouldn't have been able to get that crane in the road for a year. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Speak this way. Speak
Mr.
to the
Speaker.
chair. Speak to the
Oh,
chair.
trust me, people look at me.
Speak to the chair.
People look at me. I'm darker than you. Right?
Now, members.
But Mr. Speaker, I'm going to finish. I have 10 seconds. I would just encourage not only these three environmental companies, but the people of this country. Let's try and support development so that we can move this country along in a very positive way.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? MP Famous, you have your 20 minutes.
I will yield if anyone from the OBA would like to.
No, you're on your feet. You have the floor.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, let's go back to some numbers, sir. Let's talk numbers. The OBA is talking about, oh, there's nothing going on in the country and this and that. Mr. Speaker, I started off today earlier saying thank you to the Bermuda Housing Corporation because they are building units for Bermudians, affordable units for Bermudians. Let me name off some. Ripon Road, down St. George's. On Jenny's Lane, down St. David's. Salvation Army, Marsh Lane. Some more coming online up the country and so on. They're building them because there are a lack of affordable housing in Bermuda for Bermudians. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? Because there's an influx of people coming in to work in the IB sector. And we know IB is flush with cash. So they're snatching up a lot of apartments. So there's this narrative, according, word playing off the word of MP Richardson. There's this narrative from the OBA and some of their candidates that the PLP is unfriendly to IB. So I asked one of the candidates, how are they unfriendly if the most IB workers was under the PLP? They said, oh, well, that's only because of the World Trade Tower bombing. They came here because we were safe. I said, which year was that? 2001. That's on the PLP, right? Then he said, oh, it was only because of Katrina. I said, what year was that? 2005. On the PLP, right? Right. Now we have another influx, which is evidence with not just anecdotal evidence, but the fact we have no houses. All under who?
PLP.
The PLP. So there's this narrative, false narrative, that the PLP is unfriendly to IB. Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier about a gentleman, Mr. Richard Winchell. He and I don't agree on cup match. Let me put it that way. But over the last 10 years, he has introduced me to quite a number of people in IB. And they share their concerns and they share their wishes and so on and so forth. But most of all, they share that they are very comfortable in Bermuda under the PLP. Mr. Speaker, so let's dismiss that narrative. The Honorable Minister Hayward takes his time to meet with ABIC, ABER, or the other alphabet groups. Mr. Speaker, there's another narrative that, oh, the PLP won in 2020 with a reduced majority and blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay, let me go to the, can you read what this says? Parliamentary Registrar. PLP, 2017, 20,000 votes. 2020, 16,000 votes. So a 4,000 vote less. So I said, wow, 4,000 people less voted for PLP? Then I remembered, oh, the OBA couldn't find enough candidates. So in at least 3 of those seats, there was no,
5 no candidates.
work with me. In 3 seats, there was no contest.
None at all.
C17, C26, and C16.
I think I better do a point of order. You can't be right.
Could anyone tell me how many registered voters per seat, roughly? 1,200, 1,300, something, depending.
About
So 3 times 1,250 is how many?
36, 37.
Okay, let's round it off to 4,000. 4,000 people in pro-PLP seats, where average 95% votes go to PLP. So let's times that by 3. That gives us like 3,000 people who couldn't vote because you all couldn't come up with candidates. So what happens? The numbers drop. I remember, Mr. Speaker, I was leaving the polling station, and there was a certain Dayon opposition leader on the radio saying, oh, it's a low turnout, and oh, it's this and that. I'm saying, let me do the vote, let me do the numbers. Our numbers stayed the same, apart from the seats that they couldn't find candidates. Our numbers stayed the same.
Okay, members.
Mr. Speaker,
Members.
not only did our numbers stay the same, but when you break it down by the seats, Mr. Speaker, can you ask these gentlemen to be quiet, please?
We're trying to get, it's a conversation getting across the floor that needs to
Mr.
cease so we
Speaker,
can listen to you.
I'm talking to the chair.
Thank you.
When I do a line by line item in each seat, bar 1, the PLP percentages went up. I'll get to that in a minute. Mr. Speaker, to his credit, there's only one OBA candidate that increased his margin. That was in C10. Only one. Everybody else went down. Mr. Speaker,
People love milk.
let me move on. Well,
That's milky.
that's cool. Some will call that bribery. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, there was a question posed on Facebook the other day.
What was that? I missed it.
MP, direct your comments this way.
Mr. Speaker, it's more parliamentary than BS, right? You said that. Didn't you say that?
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member used the word bribery. I don't think that's a word we should use here when we're talking about colleagues.
I'm going to remind members that we should always keep our tone and our language on a parliamentary level. Because
Mr.
if it's said in one direction and it comes back, either sides are going to get offended by it. And just keep your language above board, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that. Thank you for that direction. Mr. Speaker, there was a question posed on Facebook the other day about why the airline prices are so high to Bermuda. You know, people anecdotally say things and you're like, let's drill down on this. Let's drill down on this. Then I drilled down and realized I asked questions, got 2 different independent answers. And it all came down to taxes. Not where the Dallas Cowboys come from, but taxes, Taxes. Mr. Speaker, here's the breakdown of the taxes that are charged to everybody's plane ticket attempting to come to Bermuda. Terminal improvement fee, $37.50. Aviation security fee, $18.07. Departure tax, $62.92. Anybody remember the departure tax was $20?
That's right. Sure do. Used to have to pay cash at the gate.
Passenger charge, $7.51. Line item to Bermuda government, 0. All this money, $110 going to Skyport. Anybody know Skyport? You want to point of order me? Okay. I did say aviation security fee, did I not?
Continue this way, MP.
Mr. Speaker, here's the thing. Whether it's unintended or intended consequences, 2017, the OBA signed a secret deal that gave control to our airport for 30 plus years to Skyport. We are now paying the price for that. Part of that deal was that Skyport was supposed to help increase air traffic to Bermuda. Have they did that, anyone?
Nope.
Yet they want to charge tax.
Oh, my God, really?
Here we go.
Direct your comments this way, member.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I need to correct the honorable member. It's
Is this a point of
a
order?
point of order, yes, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member said a secret deal was signed. It was passed in the House of Assembly, so it can hardly be secret.
Point of order on that, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member, I don't know if it's intentionally misleading this house, but he just misled this house. You remember, Mr. Speaker. The OBA, I believe under his premiership, had a throne speech, Mr. Speaker, and the airport was not mentioned. Bob Richards, the former minister, the honorable member of finance, came to the House 2 weeks later and announced the airport deal.
Thank you. Mrs. Famous? Mrs. Famous?
Mr. Speaker, part of that deal in which the public didn't see because Dan finance minister said, yeah, I'll let you see it. He said, don't share the deal show. Then he says, no, I can't let you see it. Mr. Speaker, part of that deal is that Skyport can increase those fees every year based on inflation. Imagine what they can do this year. Anyone want to point of order me? Can't hear you. Mr. Speaker, let me move on. So when we talk about loss of air travel and so on and so forth, let's drill down. Let's look at what it's all about. We got to know what the problem is.
Member?
Mr. Speaker.
No.
Mr. Speaker, let me move on.
Members, if
Mr.
you
Speaker.
respect your member who's on the floor, let him have the clear.
I'm gonna move back to politics for a minute, Mr.
Go ahead.
Speaker. In our sister island, Antigua, place where Via Richards come from, they had a general election a couple weeks ago. The Dan government, Antigua Bermuda Labor Party, had 15 seats, 15 out of 17. The opposition, the UPP, had 1 seat. The Bermuda Party had 1 seat. That's 17. After the election, the Labour Party had 9. They lost 6 seats. The UPP increased and had 6 seats. The BP had 1, and the independent person got 1. What's the point, Mr. Speaker? My point is to all our MPs in there, stay connected to the people. If we don't stay connected to the people, they don't worry about these big ticket items. They worry about, did cousin come to my funeral? Well, not my funeral, but my auntie's funeral. I've been to 3 funerals in the last, well, 5 funerals in the last week, and 3 of them cousins been there. Mr. Speaker, in Dominica, they had an election in December. The ruling party, the Dominica Labour Party, had 18 out of 21 seats. After the dust was settled, they had 19 seats. Why? Because they were connected. Also because the opposition, who wasn't ready, sound familiar, decided, hey, we're not going to run. We're just going to boycott the election. But more importantly, to my point, Mr. Speaker, out of the 21 seats, 10 are occupied by women. Let me repeat that. Out of 21 seats, 10 are occupied by women, including the opposition leader. So the point to people in this country, we need to have more gender parity in parliament. Would you agree with me, MP Caesar and MP Jackson? So I'm working my way, work with me. Mr. Speaker, let me close up here. I failed to give congratulations to Ms. Olga Brayman, 100 years this week. She is the mother of someone who was very dear to anyone who ever went to cabinet office, Miss Eunice Crocker. She made 100 years. She now lives down the east at Sylvia Richardson, but she is originally a Poon Dog. Also, Mr. Stanley Grant, a proud dock worker, a union member, father of Kevin Grant of the BPSU. Mr. Leonard Grant, a foreman at Belco. Mr. Lawrence Grant, an IT specialist at AIG. And Ms. Stacy Grant, proud resident of Orchard Grove in Pembroke. Mr. Vincent Boxer Keynes, anyone who ever nearly ran out of gas before 24/7 gas station went to BIU. If you weren't there at 11:45, you weren't getting no gas. Mr. Llewellyn Phipps of Devonshire, born in Locker Gate, a mechanic, a taxi man, a bartender, most of all, a loving father and grandfather. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me as a Belka employee, as a Bermudian, and as a proud union member not to remember the Belka riots of 1965, where people had to stand up because unfair working conditions. Some people got laid down. Some were police officers. Some were union workers. Some went to jail. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, for some people, they seem to forget that where we are now is because people stood up. And the same people nowadays are saying, no, just lay low. Had we laid low 50 years ago, we wouldn't be where we are now. So I want to say thank you to those people. Dr. Barbara Bull, Mr. Kenny Paul. Anybody else that want to say? Anyone else? Bishop? Yes. Yes. Mr. Speaker, as you said earlier, the people of Bermuda don't want to hear personal attacks, right? There's a lady sitting in this house where I won't call her name, but her father was one of those that stood up for the people of Bermuda, the workers of Bermuda, all right? I'm proud to say I can call him, I would have to have called him Uncle, Mr. Paniston. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Remember, does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Minister Hayward, you have your 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
And let me thank you for allowing me to make an intervention in today's motion to adjourn dialogue. I recognize that this is a political environment, and so it is never going to be in the opposition's best interest to share the positive aspects of what we're doing, just by nature of the role. Outside of being critical, they want to win the next election, and we want to retain power. So we're naturally conflicted in our positions. And so the conflict also crosses over into when we're having dialogue. The fact is, the global economy is expected to grow in 2023. There are significant economic headwinds that every global economy will experience. Inflation is the #1 challenge being experienced by most economists worldwide. There are other geopolitical concerns. There are supply chain concerns, the workforce, and the concerns about ensuring that countries have the skilled labor that they require so that they can be productive and effective. And often it's said in terms of, well, how does that translate into our local economy? The economic reality is our local economy has been a bit more resilient than the global economy. On the back half of the pandemic, after we had contraction, we had a year of growth. I'll put out quarterly GDP numbers that will show that our economy has continued to expand in 2023. The Ministry of Finance is projecting that our economy will expand between 2.5% and 4% in 2023. And this is positive news. Notwithstanding that, outside of economic growth, there is significant things that are impacting individuals and businesses within our local economy. And for that, we can all accept that to be a reality. What I cannot accept to be a reality that our economy is not heading in the right direction or our economy is not expanding. That simply is not supported by the data that we have. One of the major and concerning impacts would be the impact on inflation on households. This is extremely important because what it's actually doing is eroding the purchasing power of residents within our community. Households are buying fewer goods but spending more money, especially when they go into the grocery shop. Those large double-digit increases in our food prices are not sustainable, but are accurately reflected when you look at the consumer price index on a year-over-year basis or a month-to-month basis. I think we do a good job at highlighting that level of price inflation exists, and we know the challenges it causes for households, especially lower income households within our community. The ILO has put out a global wage report, and it highlights the reduction in workers' purchasing power and has asked the government to look at a number of factors to support workers and their families during this time. They asked to look at macroeconomic policy, labor market and wage policy, how you can put policies in place to directly support households and the most vulnerable, and also how you have gender-sensitive policies because the gender gap, the disparity between men and women in society has also been exacerbated based off of some of the realities that economists are experiencing. Bermuda has less control over macroeconomic policies because we don't set monetary policy. We do have control over fiscal policy. I think it's important to also note that it's not a direct correlation between a government's fiscal position and the economic performance of that particular country. A government can have rising debt while the economy continues to grow. A government can have shrinking debt while the economy continues to grow. They are not directly correlated. Government spending is a significant portion of GDP. And so it is mindful when we talk about being critical in every year in areas and actually being fiscally prudent. Fiscal prudence is something that this government intends on remaining. And while I'll say remaining is because this government have put out a fiscal policy glide path, and we have remained within those parameters. I think that when the Premier has the opportunity to speak when he releases the budget in 2 weeks' time, I think he will clearly demonstrate that we are adhering to the guardrails that have been set because we want to be fiscally prudent. But more importantly, you have to balance fiscal prudence with ensuring that you are providing the goods and services that the economy needs in order for it to continue to run and that households need in order for them to be continuously supported. And so when I look at the 4 parameters that the ILO has set and what the government has done in comparison, and I'll walk through, when we look at labor market policy, this is why we are putting in place a minimum wage to improve the purchasing power of households. This is why we ensure that we're putting in place policies that ensure that workers retain tips, gratuities, and service charge so that they are adequately compensated. This is why the government put in place the supplemental unemployment benefit for those persons who were eligible for financial assistance but still needed relief. This is why we ensure adequate social protections in place, because we know the challenges that the inflation is causing on households. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the reasons why we're embarking in earnest on financial assistance reform, to ensure that more individuals are eligible and that we improve the benefits that we provide to households. We will also reform in child daycare allowance to expand the amount of households that can take advantage of child daycare allowance. All of these measures improve the purchasing power of households and act as a buffer to what the inflation, what individuals are experiencing. But the government went above that. The government also provided relief in terms of provided $150 per child when school started. There were a number of other relief things that are taking place in terms of, if you look at the pre-budget report and the reduction of payroll tax to low-income earners. When we look at tax rebates that we've provided, this is the government remaining fiscally responsible, but also providing necessary relief to our community. This is how we're putting people first. This is how, when they say, what is the difference between the Progressive Labor Party and the other party, we can look at our track record in terms of how we've had a human-centered approach. These things that we are rolled out in direct support of households demonstrate that when we move forward with the people in our hearts and minds. As the minister responsible for economy and labor, I'm able to look at both sides of the coin. I'm able to look at the macro side of the coin in terms of how the overall Bermuda economy is doing and working on ensuring that there is necessary growth and development, but also looking at it on the other side of the coin from a workforce development standpoint, from a labor standpoint, from a social protection standpoint through financial assistance to ensure that we're providing necessary support to those persons who actually need it within our community. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the community will benefit from the government who has frozen fuel prices. Fuel price volatility is one of the things that are impacting global economies worldwide. Most governments have not been as aggressive as we have in terms of freezing fuel prices within their economies. Most governments have not. Most governments have not been aggressive as we have in terms of providing relief to households. We continue to extend duty relief on a number of items. We continue to extend duty relief to support small business. We've provided payroll tax relief to a number of industries within the economy, whether it be hotels, whether it be restaurants, small businesses, and even companies that fall outside that scope. They can make an appeal to the Ministry of Finance. Companies that making a decision to move into the EEZ so they can take advantage of relief that are found within the EEZ. I think it's important for us to understand that we have been laser focused on helping the Bermuda population as best as we possibly can, while ensuring that we continue with our economic development strategy to continue to improve the economy. We do say that we do need more workers. We do not need more workers just solely to fuel the economy. But there are economic considerations that have to be made when we're talking about our rapidly aging population. And other jurisdictions have gone through this exact same challenge. And if we don't try to be proactive in terms of addressing it, we'll find ourselves where we don't have a sustainable economy. And so increasing our working population is more about us having a sustainable economy than just trying to support and fuel economic growth. A phenomenon is going to take place over the next 10 years in terms of the amount of talent that will leave Bermuda's workforce and go into retirement. The baby boomer generation it's called the boomers for a real reason. There was expanded births during that period of time at an accelerated rate. Maybe for my time, I don't fall into that generation, but a number of individuals in this room do. And they have worked their entire career and they would like to have a retirement as well. And they deserve one. And so in the next 10 to 15 years, you're going to see a huge portion of our workforce exiting the workforce. And then some of those persons may have health challenges and they may need other social support and social protections. And we need to ensure that we have the capacity to provide those for those individuals. And the best way to ensure we have the capacity is if we have able-bodied individuals working within our economy. And so there's a number of reasons why we're seeking to increase our working population. I've put out a consultation document for all members of the public to weigh into some of these suggestions. I've sent a direct letter to the opposition. I do want the opposition's feedback on this particular matter. It is something that is going to impact us all. I've made it clear to my political colleagues that I don't intend on being in politics for a long period of time. And so while I'm here, I'm going to try to do the best I can to improve the world that I live in. But this particular problem will transcend my time in office. And we need to ensure that we have appropriate strategy in place to address that particular problem. And I will be laser focused in ensuring that we have a strategy in place that ensures that we're rowing in the right direction. We're always accused of not having a plan. But as it pertains to economic development, you'll see that we'll roll out a complete economic development strategy. And it will give everybody a clear indication of where we're trending from our economy. As it pertains to growing our working population, we would have a strategy for that as well, so that it's clear for everybody to understand. And that we want persons' input on those particular matters because that will impact the entire community. The entire community will be impacted by the challenges that our aging population is going to have on our overall country and our economy moving forward. Mr. Speaker, you know, another part of my role is being a representative to a constituency. The number one issue in my constituency that I represent is the pollution that these individuals experience by Belco, our power company. It is wholly unacceptable. And I think the recent news reports have just shed more light on the egregious situation that residents within C17 and C18 find themselves in. I have been vocal on this particular issue but I can only do so much. I've talked to the Department of Environment. I've talked to my government colleagues. I've talked to the CEO of Belco. I've urged all parties to collectively work together to find a solution for those residents. Who feels it knows it. And when you can't rely on your water to drink or get a bath in because if you're not sure it's safe, if you have in your mind that the power plant has impacted the lives of your loved ones who have passed away from cancer or some unexplainable disease, and you link that to that power plant, there's no level of satisfaction I can provide you as an MP. They want to see a change, and the change needs to come immediately. The residents are fed up. I am, as the area MP, I am fed up. It is my responsibility to come to this house and raise their issues, and I'll continue to do so on their behalf. But it's a solution that the power company and the government needs to continue to work on. It is simply unacceptable what those individuals are experiencing. And let me say this. The video that Belco sent out after the news reports was completely tone deaf. It was completely tone deaf. You can't say you're meeting environmental standards when we can see Ross running down a hill, when we can look on somebody's roof and see how dirty the gutter are, when we can see the rust in the water filters. That water is not safe for anybody. It's a matter of time to the residents of that community say enough's enough, and then we're going to see something more start. So we'll start to see mass action. But at least they should be compensated. Not just with washing my roof every time I call you every other month, but I should not be, those residents should not be paying Belco bills while this problem lasts. And I'm here to rise on the floor of this house to ask Belco to consider foregoing the residents of Pembroke C17 who are impacted by their pollution, foregoing the Belco bills. Persons should not be paying a company to pollute their very residents. And it's not just the pollution that comes down as it pertains to what you can physically see. It's a vapor as well. And that smell, where persons cannot open their windows during the summertime, it's horrible. I'm going to email where the residents continue to complain. As long as those residents complain, I will use my time here in the House of Assembly and my power as a minister and MP to try to get a resolution for those residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Minister, does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Opposition Whip, you have your 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, when we weren't sitting and we were all on break, I had occasion to go by a gas station, buying some gas, and there were some guys sitting outside the gas station just chatting away, and they were talking about Bermudians living overseas and how well they were getting on and things like that. I have a cousin who moved to the United Kingdom, and so I just joined in the conversation and was talking. But one of the things that that made an abrupt change to the conversation, Mr. Speaker, was someone turned around and said, you know, those politicians, they always talk about the wrong thing. And I thought, I think I'll let this conversation go for a little bit longer and see where this is going. And they gave me an earful. And before I finally said, you know, I'm one of those politicians that are always talking about the wrong thing. And the conversation got even deeper. And I mean, I was there for a little bit before I managed to get away. But one of the things that today's debate reminded me of was was that conversation at the gas station. I'm wondering if those guys were listening, how much of what we were talking about do they think is the right thing? One way or the other, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have to thread that needle because those are ultimately the people who are affected. And I thank the Honorable Minister of Economy and Labor for persistently talking about, and I'll give him credit when he focuses on their issues. One of the things I want to talk to today, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker was talking about the bureaucracy and the red tape. The Honorable Minister of Works and Engineering spoke to it a couple sittings ago as well. And it's something I've brought up from time to time, and I'll always bring it up because it's just something in what I do for a living. And that's, this is fundamentally where there is red tape, there is waste. And as much as we're talking about rejuvenating the economy, recovering the economy and strategies, and we're talking about financial assistance reform and other reforms, some of the reform we're not talking about, Mr. Speaker, is reducing the red tape. That comes about really because there's a lack of commitment to innovation and development. And we're all very, very familiar with all of those different departments and quangos where you walk in and you see super outdated computers, you see a form that's been photocopied 7 times from the original, it's clearly from the 80s or was on typeface. We face a genuine epidemic in this country, Mr. Speaker, because we're in 2023 with a very sophisticated economy and a huge government budget, and yet a number of the public services that we utilize seem to be stuck in 1980. They're stuck in 1980s, not only just because of the systems they use, but really just everything that when you deal with them, you feel like you're going back in time. I bring that up, Mr. Speaker, because it's one of those things that we can actually do something about. I'm not sure where this lack of commitment to innovation and development has come from. I'm not sure why it's littered across so many different places. But if this were anywhere else in the world, Mr. Speaker, I would think that we'd be in, well, to be fair, Mr. Speaker, I think we're special enough that we can get on with this. Once I raised it under the banner of civil service reform, and I recall some honorable colleagues had an objection to that point because they advanced the argument that I was talking about cutting jobs. I go back to my original point that I'm making right now, that I'm talking about cutting waste, Mr. Speaker. If members of the government, of the governing party in this honorable house can speak to it, can see it, have to deal with it, then surely it's out there and it should be dealt with. There's a kind of dictatorial attitude that comes about when we don't engage in innovation and development. That is that persons in supervisory roles, in management roles, seem to take on an authority unto themselves that was not given to them by this honorable house or by any act that passes through this honorable house. And we then wind up with very dictatorial approaches to running all of the aspects of our country. That squelches the economy. That makes it harder for the Honorable Deputy Speaker was talking to someone with customs, but that surely isn't the only person in that circumstance. So to that end, Mr. Speaker, what I would recommend this government do is in all of these affairs that it is addressing, that the Honorable Minister of Economy and Labor just spoke of, that it focus also on not just the money that it's spending, but the money it's wasting. Just like any organization, there's bound to be that. I take the point, Mr. Speaker, also, when what my honorable colleague earlier was talking, there was a lot of shouting and you had to remind us about the conduct up here. I think about those guys outside the gas station that said, you politicians always talk about the wrong thing, because I'm wondering how much of that shouting was something that actually made their lives better or made it worse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to make a contribution at this time? None? Minister of Transport, you have your 20 minutes. Minister of Tourism, rather. Tourism, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honorable member from number 10 for the way that he started when he spoke earlier. and he spoke about the two parties working together, rowing in the same direction, echoing something that was mentioned by MP Richardson earlier. That would be quite lovely and would be what the voting public will want. Yes, the discussion deteriorated, as it often does when one side or the other speaks about working together. I've only been here a short time, and I've seen that happen at least 3 or 4 times. Is it an ideal that we can actually achieve? That's not for today. But I do want to go back to comments that were made about the meeting to discuss airlift and other issues around tourism. That happened on the 25th of January. And there was reference to an article in a certain daily where comments were made by members on the other side, or allegedly made. And with your leeway, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just highlight what those are, and I'll address those afterwards. I don't hear any objection from you, Mr. Speaker, so I assume
Continue.
I have your blessing.
Yes.
It exposed rifts between the government and other stakeholders. We being the government, were accused of simply paying lip service. We know what needs to be done to improve tourism, so let's get on with it. But this government doesn't seem to have a plan. There were some frank exchanges. It was evident that there were some conflicts between the government and hoteliers and the BTA. I do agree with one comment that's alleged to have been made, that a forum like that should have happened sooner. A forum like that not only should happen sooner, should happen on a regular basis. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go back to November 18th of last year. While we were sitting here in this house, there was a summit, tourism summit, going on at the Hamilton Princess. All key stakeholders, hoteliers, the Bermuda Tourism Authority, all of the key stakeholders were present, the majority. And the reports, yes, I got to say some opening comments, but then I had to make my way here. But by all reports, and I did request a report as to how did things go. There were good exchanges, panel discussions, and coming out of that meeting, that summit, lots of optimism towards the 2023 tourism season. We have Minister Farrett organizing the airlift meeting on the 25th. Again, inviting all of the key individuals and entities that needed to be there. The objective was to discuss the issues around airlift, come up with potential ways to get the most out of what was not an ideal circumstance. And I'll pause right here, Mr. Speaker, because there's no one in this room that would disagree with the comment that without the largest hotel on this island being open, that it is extremely difficult to move the needle in a meaningful way within the hospitality industry. Extremely difficult, not impossible, but extremely difficult. So we can acknowledge that without that hotel open and operating, we have a mammoth task on our hands. So we have a tourism summit in November 18th. We have another meeting with stakeholders on January 25th. From the time that I became Minister of Tourism, I made it a point to travel up and down the island, meeting with hoteliers at their place so that I can meet them, their staff, not just be a name, but a face that they can call on whenever they needed to. I could also walk through their plan, understand what their plans might be, if any, for their future plans, that is, for their physical plan. I was joined by MP Caesar and members of my technical staff. That continued for all of last year, and we'll start up again this year because we haven't visited everyone. So I asked, Mr. Speaker, does that sound like a government who isn't listening? Does that sound like a government who is only paying lip service to wanting to improve hospitality on this island? I say not. And I'll say it again, I say not. We hear quite often of a lack of confidence in Bermuda, but yet in those discussions, we were advised of plans to upgrade. We were advised of plans to expand. Confidence in the hospitality industry, confidence in Bermuda. Some of those plans to upgrade are out in the public domain. Some of those plans to upgrade and expand have not reached the public domain as yet. So there's activity going on to improve the physical plans on this island when it comes to hospitality. The government doesn't have a plan for tourism. As was pointed out by MP Scott, we have a national tourism plan. That was some of the goals and objectives on that were modified because of COVID. We have 7 pillars to that national tourism plan. Awareness and relevance to become a greener product. Infrastructure, local involvement, innovation, utilizing innovation. Focus on teams and groups and becoming a year-round destination. Awareness and relevance. We must, in our marketing, that is the goal, to inspire people with what Bermuda has to offer, the allure of Bermuda. We must focus, and the plan is to focus, coming out of the first year in a long time where we don't have any restrictions related to a worldwide pandemic. Focus on our resources on those target audiences. Put Bermuda uppermost in their mind once again, where we used to be when it comes to their thoughts around where are they going for vacation. We're not just pink sand and blue water. We do care about our environment, and that we can utilize from an ecotourism perspective. We must continue to work on a frictionless experience for our visitors when they come here. We know what the challenges are. Yes, we do. And they are being worked on. But our problems in tourism didn't begin in 2020 when COVID significantly affected this island. Our problems began because we were on top in the tourism world in these parts, but we failed to work to stay there. Even in athlete news, they must work to stay number one, Mr. Speaker. Somerset were number one for quite some time.
Still are. Still are.
Not as long as St. George's in cricket, but
They held the cup longer than St.
it's all an
George's.
illusion. So we must work on things such as transportation. It's one thing to get visitors interested here. Yes, we must work on airlift. It's one thing to get them here. But once they're here, we must be able to move them about the island so that they can enjoy what we have to offer. Our tourism industry, in many ways, was built on our people. We must convince more of our people that they have a role to play directly in the industry and indirectly. Sometimes that friendly smile and greeting as you're walking down the streets of Hamilton or wherever, offering directions in a pleasant manner. That all plays a part in our tourism product. Our people are one of our greatest resources. We must use innovation, technology. We must think like a visitor. We can't say, this is what you want. This is what we have for you, like it or not. We must provide those things that our visitors are looking for. You know, they can get an expensive dinner at home, What is different about the meal that they're going to have in Bermuda? We have been known to work wonders with. Catch up. And I go back, teams and groups, and that brings me right back to Fairmont, Southampton. The needle is extremely difficult to move in a substantial way without that hotel back online. Year-round destination. Why not? Sports is playing a significant role in extending our season, but that's not the only thing that we can utilize. Our weather still, while temperate, is much better than much in our target office. So I'll look to conclude, Mr. Speaker, with two things. This government does have a plan, as I just outlined, and that's a very brief outline. It's quite detailed. I would invite those from the other side to actually read it. Is there work to be done? Yes, Mr. Speaker. In some instances, will that work take some time? Yes. But as far as there being a rift between government and the BTA, as far as there being a rift between the government and hoteliers, that is rubbish, Mr. Speaker, and it cannot be anything further from the truth than that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Minister, does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? MP Keynes, you have the floor.
If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
Then you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to thread the needle and ask for your indulgence. I'll declare my interest at the start of this. I am the president of Balco Bermuda and the subsidiary. I want to declare that up front. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware, and I will thread the needle, and be cautious and careful, understanding the rules that govern this most honorable House, Mr. Speaker.
My only guidance that I'd offer is that if it's in response to comments that were made earlier, the comments were made from a political perspective as the member spoke in respect to representing his constituency. And your response, try not to be responding as a business, because that business doesn't have a right to speak on this floor. So be guided on how you respond.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we have the opportunity to share and to talk with each other as colleagues, and to always give the opportunity to each other to share the concerns of the people with whom we represent. I would like to thank MP Susan Jackson. I would like to thank MP Scott Pierman for meeting with me to share the concerns of their constituents this week. They came to our office, they outlined the concerns that they had. They shared with us a litany of concerns from their constituents. The conversation was difficult at times for all involved, but what I was able to get from the opposition members that understood the significance of it, the accountability piece, but them understanding the correct place for which they should make their concerns known, and they did so in the appropriate forum. We were able to hear them, we were able to take their concerns, we were able to document them, and we were able to do things on the betterment, to the betterment of the constituents. I thank them for understanding the importance of making the right comments in the right place at the right time. That is how we should advocate on behalf of our constituents. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about tourism. I think tourism is something that we all can be proud of, something that is in the DNA of our country, something that's in the fabric of our community. I listened to the minister with responsibility for tourism. It was, and it is a privilege to be in rooms with him. We give each other the glance. We are able to understand the direction of tourism and things that are important to Bermuda. And we are able to talk and work in tandem when we talk politically about things that we think that the country should do. Mr. Speaker, I have the responsibility of being the chairman of the BTA. Most recently, the Bermuda Tourism Authority launched their campaign, Lost Yet Found. Mr. Speaker, this campaign has had critical acclaim across the Caribbean, across the United States of America. This campaign is not without its detractors.
You excited the minister at times. See that?
The minister, and that I'm sure was one of the tourism commercials that he was pulling up on his laptop to share some tourism facts and figures. Mr. Speaker, I saw the campaign, and the campaign represented some clear positions of Bermuda, and it showcased jumping off the rocks and our tourists, and it was really some local flora and fauna. I've talked with some business owners and some hoteliers, and they said to me, Wayne, while the campaign showed awesome clips and snippets of Bermuda, there were times that we thought you could do something different. And I asked the hoteliers and I asked some of the people in the business community. They made it clear. They said, Mr. Keynes, we need to highlight two things. We need to highlight our beaches, and we need to highlight Bermuda's proximity to the north, to Boston, to New York, to our breadbasket. And I shared with them, I said, the Lost Yet Found campaign is the overarching campaign, but there are going to be micro campaigns that talk about our proximity to the United States of America. There'll be campaigns that talk about our beaches, about golf, about our yacht strategy. The team is systematically unfurling or unrolling a campaign. You've seen the first part of it. And what you will see is a systematic rollout of micro campaigns that talk about our connected or our close proximity to the United States of America, the beauty of our beaches, the beauty of our golf courses, and I get that. But the importance of this is to understand that we are not all homogenous in thought. So some people are going to see an importance for us to highlight the flora, the fauna, the Bermudiana. Some people are going to think it's very important for us to highlight our proximity to the United States of America. The BTA have a plan, and they have the ability to walk and chew gum at the same time. What we have to understand is that we have a department that we have the BTA, the Bermuda Tourism Authority, that is fit for purpose. It has disciplined professionals both in New York and in Bermuda. And they're working hard, they're working diligently to unfurl, to unroll, to show to this public that Bermuda is indeed the jewel in the Atlantic. And if, Mr. Speaker, there was started from the member of Constituency 10, it was then echoed by the Minister of Tourism, something that we need to be doing. We need to continue the theme of working together. I think when we look at tourism from it's the government's responsibility, it's the BTA's responsibility, we bifurcate the responsibility and we don't realize that we need to be working with Skyport, and the ethos of tourism working and thriving is everyone working together. It is very easy to go out and say, these are the things that the government's doing wrong. These are the things that the BTA need to do. These are the things that the Bermuda Hotelier Association needs to do. And that is not the case. The Minister of Transport, he brings everyone together, he gets everyone into the room, he gets all the stakeholders in the room. And what is the emphasis? The emphasis is giving all the stakeholders the opportunity to be at the table and together to work on a fix, an answer, a solution of working together. Now, guess what? Sometimes when you're doing something initially, things happen and things work. And sometimes the next time you do it, you iron out all the kinks and things work better. But the minister has to be given his jacket. He brought everyone together. He had the stakeholders in the room, the hoteliers, BTA, transport, tourism, the ministers, the people that are investing. That is a significant movement for us getting together. Why can't you give the government the credit for doing something in the right direction to bring tourism together, to bring the stakeholders together? That is something that should be lauded. And if there are things that we need to do better, the responsibility of you is to go right back to the minister that's trying to put things together, to the team, and offer your advice, your guidance, your criticism constructively. Again, to what we're talking about, is Bermuda Incorporated doing things better? And in that vein, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about how, because we want to say, if we had lovely hotels, people will come. Guess what? Our hotel occupancy is going up. No, we're not at pre-Southampton Princess levels, but we see Cambridge Beaches, we see Azura, we see the St. George's Club. We see hotels coming back online at numbers that we haven't seen before. So if you're going to give the criticism for the things that are not going well, surely, Mr. Speaker, you must give credit for things that are under the government's control, that are going in the right direction. Yes? And so if we understand that, if I were to coin a phrase, I see this is the time we're seeing more investment, where people are investing in the tourism product. They're now investing in hotels. And we see that this could be an opportunity, looking at Elbow Beach and Southampton Princess. If we continue to go in this direction, we see something that we need in Bermuda, and that is more beds. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? We polled a number, when I say we, the BTA, polled a number of tourists in Bermuda when they arrived and after they left. And what do you think their biggest concern was? Mr. Speaker, it wasn't airlift. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't restaurants. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't the fact that our beaches are overcrowded. Mr. Speaker, the thing that caused the most concern, on record, documented, put in writing to the BTA, was transportation, was local transportation. They lamented that once on island, it was difficult, if not impossible, for them to be collected from the airport, to go to the hotels, to come back from the hotels, to go to events, to go out to dinner, and to come home. Now, remember what we're saying now. My twin brother made his life going to university as a taxi driver. My next door neighbor is a taxi driver. I have brothers in the PLP that are taxi drivers. You will never be able to tell your grandchildren that I spoke negatively about taxi drivers, taxi owners, taxi operators in Bermuda. But what we must discuss is that we now have an opportunity to hold each other accountable. Why? The call goes out to hold Skyport accountable. The call goes out to hold the Minister of Tourism accountable. The call goes out to hold the CEO, the interim CTO of the Tourism Authority accountable. Now, if this accountability train is on the tracks, we must now talk to our taxi owners and our taxi operators, understanding that these men and women have kept this country on their shoulders for years. So we're not trying to hold them up as a scapegoat. But what we can say is that there is a requirement in law for taxis to be on the road for a specific amount of hours. Now they must be held to account for that. We must now say to taxi drivers, you cannot, I'll tell you a quick story, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at the clock and I'm managing the time. Somerset, the little drawbridge, they have a little sports, a little place where you go diving and jet skiing. And the name will escape me, and I apologize to
At the Robinson
Somerset Bridge Water Sport, owned by Mr. Roach. And one of their biggest patrons is the Lister family, indeed. And
Low.
The taxi is called. A gentleman has gone out on a jet ski and he's gotten injured. He comes back, he and his wife, they're disheveled, they're upset. He is hurt. The taxi driver comes, he notices that the tourist is soaking wet. His first words were, "You cannot get in my taxi wet." He says, "Listen, my leg, look at it, it's going to the side. Clearly, my leg is broken. I cannot get a ambulance because I'm not insured in Bermuda. It will cost hundreds of thousands. All I need to get in the taxi, I can go back inside, change my place." I said, "Listen, I cannot put you in my taxi wet." The people come from out of the local store. They come over and they say, "Listen, what can we do? We don't have our cars with him. Please, this man's leg's broken, he's in pain." The taxi driver says, "Listen, Now watch this. He's not being difficult. The taxi driver says, this is my bread and butter. I cannot put him wet in my taxi. This man is wreathing in pain. The taxi driver says, the only thing I can do as a compromise is put you in the trunk. He takes the tourist and two workers take him. He opens up the trunk. He takes out the WD-40. He takes out the armor roll and he takes the tourist and he places the tourist in the hatchback of the car and he goes down the street. Now, here's the thing. I do not want to or highlight this as, and I highlight this as an anomaly, because I know as I say this, there are taxi drivers that are sitting in the cab rank at Hamilton Princess, sitting in the cab rank at the airport, that by the sweat of their brow make their living every day. They're honorable, they're noble, they work hard. Yes? So I will never, in this room, from this podium, decry the men and women that drive and own taxis in Bermuda. I give that example to say that we have to have an honest conversation. We have to have a conversation about the nighttime economy. When people are saying we have pushed that you cannot drink and drive. That if you're going to drive, leave your cars at home. Then what does that mean? We must have taxis on the road to get people backwards and forwards. Ask the restaurateurs, what is the thing that they want to see most done in Bermuda? Ask the hoteliers, what is the thing that they want to see most in Bermuda? If we don't have these honest conversations without guile, without fear, honest conversations, we must now all come to the table. The transportation issue in this country. And guess what? I will not decry my brother, the Minister of Tourism, Minister of Transport, but we have to get the buses on the South Shore. This is for tourism on a different schedule. Have you been outside at 6 o'clock in the summer and seen 300 tourists lining the side of the street? How outrageous? This is our responsibility. And guess what? Just like I will not criticize taxi drivers, you are not going to see me criticize my brother minister or the men and women that drive the PTB. We're talking about collective responsibility. If we're talking about what we need to do differently, let's speak truth to power. This is our tourism product. We find ourselves easy, not realizing that, guess what? Can I go a little further, Mr. Speaker? We have to understand that service does not mean servitude. So people are saying when they come to Bermuda, they're going to a hotel and they're paying $700 a night, and people are not nice. They're not friendly. That our people, whether it's customer service on the telephones, whether it's customer service when you go into one of our utility companies, people are saying that we have confused service with servitude. Now, here's the thing, because this is going around in equal measure, we have to pay people properly. We have to understand the pay paradigm, and that we have to make sure that people have the ability to rise. Dr. Ewart Brown used to often say, we want a people with the tray in the hand, but they do not see a nexus to management. So if a guy comes in as a busboy, he does not take tourism, the hotel industry, seriously, because guess what? It's seen as a side hustle. They don't say to a young man coming in as in the hotel that you one day could be the general manager. So the hotel association, just how they want to see the taxi drivers do better, guess what? They too have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Their responsibility is to show the young people in this country that it is an opportunity for them to go from just being an entry-level person directly to a general manager. Look, when you go to the hotels, look at the senior posts. We have to have a conversation that transcends what we find ourselves in, picking each other apart because of our affiliations, not supporting the BTA because we want our person to get in. It's a time where we're fighting for our lives. And our people have to see that tourism has to get better, but tourism is not going to get better by talking. It's going to get better by introspection. Allowing people to come in and see the best of who we are, the best in service. People going above and beyond. I can listen. I heard a story one time. I was at a meeting and somebody, I'm looking at the clock, Mr. Speaker. I'm at a meeting, a tourism meeting, and they're talking. They say, can you name a Bermuda drink? I'm thinking, Mr. Speaker, you know my limited experience in such things. And I'm thinking, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging that.
There you go.
I am thinking a dark and stormy or a rum swizzle. I only know Barrett gingerbread. Thank you for that, my brother in Christ. Right? And I was thinking one of those heavily spirited drinks. And somebody said a chicken salad sandwich. Right? I said to myself, I'm angry now. These guys don't know enough about tourism. There's no such thing called a chicken salad sandwich or a chicken salad. Right? I left the room, and you know these little things niggle at you? I said to myself, that's made up. No such thing. And an old gentleman came to me and said, absolutely, that is a thing. Back in the day, we couldn't drink when we were on the job. And so the code word was, let me get a chicken salad. Let me get a chicken salad sandwich. And over the years, amongst a certain, so if you're in the Bermuda Regiment, right, you can't drink in the Bermuda Regiment. So guess what it was called? A sherbet. So when a guy said, Kenzie, get me a sherbet, guess what that's code word for? That's for the spirits that cousin Derek partakes from in some time to time, Mr. Speaker. And see that I've lost my line in length. We have to
Bermudanize it.
We have to. And Mr. Speaker, when somebody says Bermudanize it, I don't accept that. I don't accept that. It's arrogant. It's haughty. We have gotten so full of ourselves that we think it's enough just to be Bermudian. That word Bermudian comes with a standard. It comes with ethics. It comes with being humble. It comes with understanding whose you are and with whom you are. That's what being a Bermudian means. Everybody wants to stand proud and get the best salary and become a manager. To whom much is given, much is required. Our tourism product requires the best of who we are. It requires us to stand up and stand out. Guess what? Everybody can't go out on the weekend. Somebody has to be on their tools. Everybody can't get Mother's Day, Father's Day, Grandfather's Day off. Why? Because we were always working on an ideal that I am doing this as a means to an end for my children to go to school, to buy my house, to go off to university. And so we saw this as a means to the end. And so when we were working, it wasn't enslavement. It wasn't servitude. It was us making ourselves proud of who we were and what we do. We need to go back to understand that our tourism product is more than just the edifice, the beach, the golf course. It is a proud set of people who work hard, who love each other, who go into this community, who work hard. That's what I want this room to stand up for. I want us to work together as the opposition. I want us to work together as the BTA, the Hotel Association. I want us to work together as the Ministry of Transport, all together for Bermuda Incorporated. And let me tell you something, when we do that, you'll see tourists flocking to this island, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? MP Lester, constituency 28, you have the floor.
Thank you,
have
Mr.
20
Speaker.
minutes.
And good afternoon to the listening audience and to my fellow colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I hope I can be as passionate in my comments as the previous speaker before me. Earlier this morning, Mr. Speaker, I did send condolences to two families. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I knew both of those victims personally, friends of mine for 20 years. And so just the thought, I know how I feel, friends that you won't see anymore. Someone that you won't, when you just think of, oh, let me hit up my friend. These people are gone, but I can only imagine how their families feel, Mr. Speaker. These are not just a singly a man. They are sons. They are fathers, brothers, nephews, uncles. They are a part of a family, Mr. Speaker. And so, as I say, I cannot imagine the pain and suffering that these families are going through. So I just, again, send my condolences. But Mr. Speaker, it's not just about numbers and facts. I mean, numbers and figures. Each fatality is a person. And so my plea today, Mr. Speaker, is that each person on our roads, whether you are riding a bike, driving a car, whether you are even a passenger on one of those modes of transportation, Mr. Speaker, we all play our part. The speaker before me talked about collective responsibility. On our roads, Mr. Speaker, we all share those roads. You can't get from your house to your job, from your house to school. You can't get anywhere, Mr. Speaker, without traveling on our roads. So it's collectively, we all have to do our part. And I will go even a bit further, Mr. Speaker, is that it's personal responsibility. I, as the chairman of the Road Safety Council, Mr. Speaker, each month I'm on the radio, we do our different campaigns, we raise awareness of road traffic issues, we give the correct instructions when it comes to driving and riding on our roads. But Mr. Speaker, all of that is for naught if those that we are speaking to do not heed to those instructions, Mr. Speaker. That is where the personal responsibility comes in. As I said, I can talk to them blue in the face, but that does not mean anything because a person can take what is said and they have to make their own decisions, their own choices. But I implore, and again, this is a passionate plea, Mr. Speaker, that each road user make good decisions, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we share this island, we share our roads, we're all impacted. And as one of the fatalities earlier this week, we saw how that was impacted. One of them was a trash collection driver. And the day after that accident, the trash collection was suspended for that day. So that's how it is impacted. It's not a single event. Even the roads, when there's an accident, a serious accident, roads would have to be blocked off. Traffic has to be diverted. People have to be impacted if you're on your way to work. An accident is holding you up. So, Mr. Speaker, every action we do on our roads impacts not just you in that car, on that bike, but every other person on the roads. Mr. Speaker, families are torn. As I said, these are, and I'm not speaking specifically to the road fatalities this week, Mr. Speaker, but in general. These are men, women, when they are going, their families are torn apart. The worst thing to do is have to tell a young child, the father, the mother is gone. They're not coming back, Mr. Speaker. The families are just, so, and it's, again, for me, it's passionate, Mr. Speaker. Losing our young men and women. We have the rise in violent crime, or the violent crime that we are losing our young people to. Now it's always been accidents, Mr. Speaker, but we have to now knock down, reduce those numbers. We can't be losing our young men and women to violence and to road fatalities, Mr. Speaker. If we keep losing them, who will be our leaders and our people of tomorrow? So again, it's an impact on everyone. As I said, the communities. The community of Somerset has lost 2 community members. And I don't know when funerals will be held, but I can assume that when those funerals are held, the community will come out to show support to those families, that they are not alone in the suffering for their sons, their loved ones. That community shares in that pain. Mr. Speaker, and again, not speaking specifically about any road traffic accident, but the leading causes of accidents on our island, or the top 3, are speeding, impaired driving, and distracted driving. Speeding, we know what that is. The speed limit is 35 kilometers per hour. And we all know that it may seem slow, but that speed limit is there for a reason, to keep us safe. As the slogan goes, 35 keeps you alive. It's not 35, 35 you can speed as fast as you want. No, 35 keeps you alive so that you can get from where you're going to where you need to go and back home safely. Mr. Speaker, distracted driving. Distracted driving comes in many forms. Phones. I hear Cousin Derek. I know he's used to his scrolls, but he's caught up to times with his phone. But phones, Mr. Speaker, it is commonplace nowadays to drive around and you see people on bikes, in cars, trucks, on their phones. A pet peeve of mine, Mr. Speaker, is when I'm driving and you look up and you can see in the rear view mirror of the car in front of you, or maybe that driver's side mirror, and you can see the person head up, head down, maybe holding the phone down here. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wish I had a loudspeaker on my horn that I can say, put your phone down, because I can see it. It impacts your driving behavior. Rather, some people, they drive slower, so that way they can, some people, they might not even slow their speed, and that's even more dangerous because you're driving at a faster rate and thinking you can do two things at once. Mr. Speaker, again, I call and implore people, put the phones down. There is a road safety campaign in another jurisdiction, and they have a slogan, and I hope I can quote it correctly, is that you can send that text and your friend sees it, but then that's it, because they've got an accident. So they receive your text, but they're going. Or they looked on to answer that phone call and cause an accident, they're going. It's not worth it, Mr. Speaker. Either pull over, send that text. If you drive on the MP from 24 likes to say, the Gold Coast of South Shore, and I would state my interest. I have some of that in my constituency, the Gold Coast, but there are enough laybys that you can pull over, send that text, make that call, and then you can go on your way. There are options to do safer things than just driving, using your phone. Other forms of distracted driving, and everyone does it. You might have a passenger in your car and get caught up in a conversation. But if anything takes your focus, attention away from your driving, that is causing you to be distracted. So it's about limiting those distractions. Impaired driving. I say impaired driving, many are used to DUI, driving while under the influence. But I say impaired driving because impaired driving covers alcohol, drugs, and other substances. Anything that alters your mind from a sober state is impairing your ability. So, Mr. Speaker, impaired driving, whether it's alcohol or under any other drug, yes, we know that it is wrong. There are laws against it. The Road Safety Council campaigns against it. Don't drink and drive. But people still choose to do it. We have the BPS, which I commend for their roadside sobriety checkpoints. They have been effective in changing that culture, that driving behavior culture of just going out to drink and then getting in the car and driving home. So I commend them for the job they do. But again, this goes back to personal responsibility. You know that if you're going out happy hour on a Friday night, on a weekend, and you're going to consume alcohol, plan how you will get home safely. We heard the member before me speak about the lack of transportation options on the island, and we get that. But again, as the member before me called, we call for taxi drivers, minibus operators to offer your services at those hours so that there are more options for people to choose to get home safely than just drinking, getting on the bike, or getting in the car and taking that risk, because and they might not plan to do that, but they go out and there's no reliable transportation. Some people don't have someone they can call at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning to come give them a ride home, and they take that risk. So we don't want people to have to take that risk. So again, I call on the taxi and minibus drivers to offer your services at later hours for people to have options to choose to get home safely. And so, Mr. Speaker, I end my comments again, reiterating personal responsibility. Each one of us has a responsibility while they're on our roads to follow the rules of the roads and to adhere to all standards of driving while they're on the roads. And it's not about doing it because it's the law. It's about doing it because it keeps you and all of us safe. I sort of joke and say, when you drive like the police are behind you. Because, you know, when you know the police are behind you, sit up straight, hands on, 9 and 15, 9 and 3,
10.
9 and 2, 10 and 2, there we go. Like it's a different approach when the police are behind you. So what I ask people is that have that mentality every time. Be your own policeman. When you look at your speedometer and you're crouching up 50, bring in the back of your mind, I'm a policeman. I've got to go back down to 45, 40, 35. If you feel like overtaking, and I understand it. Some people do get road rage. You're behind the car, and I know we used to grow up calling them Sunday drivers. No disrespect.